It's going backwards. It's mirrored. Okay. That's good.
All my students use it for. The one of Latvia and the new report
Frank, and this is the laptop for the Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know. Do you think I can ask from one of my students to sign here?
You need to log in as a host.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
login. It's everything. They just need to
Yeah, if
start.
your students can figure out that,
Yeah,
that's
that's
good.
me.
Yeah, they can mount. That way.
As much as I love
Probably we need to. Do you think the Zoom camera should be here or should be close to the podium and?
I think that is the presenter going to be shown there.
Oh, but have you logged in there?
Yes, I log in for the computer. The Zoom,
Okay.
you may log in.
But this will be for with this one we can just show the audience.
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Have you set up a Zoom call for Dr. Nichols?
Dr. Nichols will be here. She won't be here.
She would like to do her part because of the sax issue.
Oh, okay. I don't know if she has the Zoom. Probably we need to send her the
Yeah, send her a link.
link because she didn't tell me.
Frank, can you set up a call for Dr. Nichols? Do we know when she speaks?
if the poster is in order. Wouldn't you use the same Zoom meeting for everyone?
I don't know.
Why not just send the one everybody the same link?
Because I couldn't remember. And then Frank's son, that's Frank's son, isn't it? Yeah, that's Frank. Frank. Frank's son, Psycho's son. she went. I need to go. I was going to say hello to him. Let me go say hello to him. So I'll make that happen. How you doing? You doing okay?
That's okay. So I'm just waiting.
No, Gordon. I'm with Gordon.
Still
Oh.
when I saw you.
Okay.
It's just that he needs to know if he can actually participate or not.
Yeah. So let me see. This is their meeting ID, so you can give it to him, and he can
write
join
it down.
from the beginning. But we need to. Hi, that's Nicole. How are you doing? Good.
Mike is on.
8995. I'm so sorry. Well, it depends. Exit is like 3:30, so I don't know.
من نمیتونم همه کارا رو من بکنم.
خب چرا نسپردی بچه‌های دیگه الان چیکار میخوام بکنن؟
من نمیتونم هم بیام هم چیز بکنم. من از حالا سرگیجه گرفتم. این فرانک خیلی کارش بده. He doesn't know.
Your student needs to sit here.
I can't sit here.
For what?
Your student.
Somebody else should sit
Yeah,
here.
your students sit here to make sure everyone open we can get information.
Oh, for the Zoom?
A student
Yeah.
don't listen. I just ask from one of them and they leave. So I don't know what should I do.
Okay, یه نفر میتونه اینجا بشینه این کار انجام بده.
نمی‌دونم.
Recording in progress.
Give me the permission.
Permissions?
Yeah, and when you see one person is waiting, the participants are waiting here, you can accept them to the meeting. So,
Okay.
and for example, this one, it shows one person is waiting here.
So I admit the person.
Okay, anytime someone pops up, I admit them. Thank you so
Okay.
much. But please stand here, and whenever you are tired, we switch with another person. Okay.
Recording in progress.
So how many years have last been? 8 years. 8? Yeah. Oh my God. She said, because it would make a walk. Because we have 2 well, that's like 20.
Yeah, I think you maybe go.
Exactly. I think it's a little bit they haven't stopped talking on me yet, but we had so now we just got to post office.
Which one? Live stream. Which one? For the Instagram? Or? Yeah, I guess she's. Are you taking care of the Zoom? Okay.
Somebody, so someone.
Just ignore it.
May I have your attention? Good morning. My name is Sanasi, and I am the Center for the Penalty Studies at Lamar University. On behalf of Center for the Penalty Studies at Lamar University, like to welcome you here. We are super delighted to have you here today. And we start with the presentation of our love provost, Dr. Brenda Nichols, and we love her a lot, and we appreciate that she's here.
Welcome, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to see so many people interested in such a great topic. One of the wonderful things about Lamar is that it is culturally diverse, and that in fact there are a large number of first-generation students at our institution. One of the best things that we can do is bring the world to them, because many of them have not been outside of this region or haven't ever traveled very much. But one of the great things that you learn from the most is exposure to other people, other ways of thinking, other ways of living and doing. And we certainly appreciate you being here today to talk about what death penalty is like in not just our country, but many countries, and the range of cultural and social and legal issues surrounding death penalty and death penalty studies. Lamar University is very pleased to welcome you. I am pleased to be here. This is, I'm counting down. I have senioritis, so coming up in May, June, I'll be gone from this job. So I say welcome on behalf of Lamar University, and it's one more welcome that I've done at Lamar, and I'm very pleased to see all of you here. I hope you have a great day and enjoy all of the talks. Unfortunately, our SACS reaffirmation team leader and another person are on campus, and so as soon as I finish here, I'm running back to our admin building in order to be in two places at once. So I wish you well, and I hope you enjoy the day. Thank you very much for coming. Thanks. Dr. Dawson.
So, if Dr. Frank, could you please tell me if Dean's talk is ready? Thank you so much. Otherwise, I can start my short presentation and then we can switch to the Dean.
Good morning. I'm Dr. I would like to welcome you to the Lamar University Center, the Death Penalty Studies Conference of Spring 2022. The Death Penalty Studies Center is led by Dr. Sanaz. It's very good. Since the Universal Declaration, it's been debated whether the capital punishment is a violation of human rights. The United Nations notes that 14 countries had abolished the death penalty at that time in 1948. But today, more than 2/3 of UN member states have either abolished it or no longer apply it. It's largely thought in political science that democracies capital punishment. And yet some notable states do practice capital punishment. These countries are rated as 66% of states. Democracies yearly. In the United States, federal executions were halted for 17 years and then resumed in 2020. About half of the U.S. states French President announced an initiative for worldwide abolition of the death penalty before he assumes a rotating presidency of the European Union in January 2022. Today, we will hear from experts throughout the globe who are taking part in this conference. We will hear from criminologists and from other experts from Europe and throughout the world regarding the death penalty. And so I finally thank the Center for holding this conference today and welcome all of you to participating in today's conference. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Stuart Wright. I chair the Department of Sociology and Social Work and Criminal Justice. Sorry about the technological problems. Thank you for coming out today. Please let me welcome you to the first annual conference on death penalty by our own Center for Death Penalty Studies. I'm delighted to see such an impressive composition of scholars and experts on the subject matter we will be presenting today. The cross-cultural scope of these papers is truly remarkable, and I expect to learn a lot, and I hope that you will as well. I want to acknowledge Dr. Alaski's diligence and hard work over the last year for putting this together. It was no small feat, given the limited resources, and I know firsthand the limitation of those resources as we labored over the budget together. It speaks to her dedication and passion to this subject. If you've come from out of town, I hope your experience is worth the journey. If you're joining us virtually, I pray the technology holds. And if you were here as a student or faculty or even a local resident, I hope you find the forum enlightening and educational. I look forward to speaking with many of you during the day's events. Thank you again for coming.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chen Xianlin. I'm the Director of Criminal Justice. On behalf of the Criminal Justice Program, I'd like to thank everyone, each of you in here, and join us to make this conference possible. I have especially want to acknowledge Dr. Alaski's effort and her, great work to orchestrate such an event, because for a small town like this, it's not easy to host a conference to cover a comprehensive of a center into a meeting like this one. And I'm especially delighted to have opportunity to open this to our students. And our students, I think I already see some of them. I think for them, this is a very special educational opportunity for them to be here, to know what all professional work are all about. And you are the help us to educate our kids here. So I want to thank you. And I hope you guys have a great day here. And please let us know if we can do any way to help you to make you feel more comfortable and enjoyable event here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ling. And we supposed to start the first panel at 10:45 panel 1A. We can start it a little bit earlier at 10:35, and then I'm going to talk about my opening remarks and also my topic in the panel. I'm the moderator of the first panel 1A, and Dr. Lee Ross from Stanford University is the moderator of panel 1B, in Lamar. Thank you so much, and we'll start in a few minutes.
Time is so off. Dr. Lasty, who's going to be timing people in these panels?
The moderator will check the timing. Also, the person, I don't know who will be in this room and who will be in that room. If the moderator forgets to remind, you can remind them. I don't know. I print out the schedule. So, hi, how are you?
I guess right now we're just chilling. I just sit here and like edit. My job is registered to the table, but I guess not. I don't know why not very many people. She always just like because the lunch we all go to the table talk. She's like, can you introduce this part? She's like, I'll show you how. How are you?
Instagram. But we have Zoom just here. We don't have.
Yes. I know for sure most of the students are going to be here at least for 4 hours. I'm here the entire day. Me too. That's all people have today. So. She asked me to present, I want to be here full time. Also, these programs started kind of a neat thing to go to, on campus. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm doing with this. So we'll stay here. They'll go to the next room. Or I was going to be floating for the next couple hours. I just did it. And then that's it. I mean, because it's supposed to be starting at 12:45. The next one's 15. Alright, I'll just gonna stay here. I'm gonna try to walk around because.
One is just
The other one is like. So the country we can't make it in person, so that makes sense. Did he say when they were gonna start? You mean like continue? I guess she made things short so quick so she could like so like a little more. They just look for it, so that's what you do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave this here. Oh, yeah.
not even in my Pathfinder. She's my student. And I'm like, come here. It's a flip phone. It's a flip phone. Let me see.
Professor Jeremy. You can register around the corner. Did she give you one of these? No, that's not viral. Just one said. I think she was planning to give us some instead. I'm trying to think of we have so many registrations. There's nothing they gave the registration. Exactly, that's probably what she gave.
I think this is what's causing the feedback. That one's making the audio. If you have two mics in a room in a Zoom, it just starts to feed back into itself.
Dr. Chisholm. Dr. Chisholm. Schedule? Yes. Personally, walking you out. Because I'm also part of the panel now. Okay.
You look so beautiful.
Here, I don't have anything.
It's distracting to your view.
Would you like the
Seriously.
schedule? I can always give you the 2:55. You're supposed to be
That right.
So who's in that room right now? Right now, there's different set of speakers. Over here.
How did you go about the process of
Dr. Alessi? I think I hear her back there. I think she's kind of running on
It looks really good. No more headbands. You look so gorgeous.
This is the one day you will see me without.
No headbands anymore.
started the Center for Development Studies at our university in 2013. We have various workshops, seminars, and small events, but we never had an international conference. And because of the importance of the issue, the use of death penalty in criminal justice system, this year we decided to have our first international conference, and we have speakers from all around. So in this group today, what is going to be some of the topics they talk about? And it's about the future of the death penalty in general, but we are not one-sided. So people who are undecided or pro death penalty, and we have a round table that anybody can join, and they can talk about their opinions about the death penalty. But since it's an international conference, we have speakers that talk about the abolition of death penalty in their countries. The majority of European countries have abolished the use of death penalty. So we have speakers from Germany, France, Switzerland, and other countries. They're going to share the experience of using all. Going to use their experience of using death penalty in Texas. So is this your first in the scrap day? Yeah, it's our first international conference. This is the first one. We hope we can continue, and next year hopefully we can have a bigger one. Because of the pandemic, some of the speakers this year are joining us with Zoom, but hopefully next year we can have all of them in person here. And what do you hope your criminal justice students get out of this conference? Actually, I think it's a good conference for criminal justice students and also other major political science and other students from our university. They can learn about the effectiveness of criminal justice system. Why it's important to have effective punishment in our criminal justice system. We are not pro-criminal. We believe in punishing the criminal for simultaneous crime, but we would like to find an effective type of punishment, and we believe death penalty is not effective. And we believe that students attending this conference, they can make their own decision if death penalty is punishment or society or thank you.
I should give them any more instructions.
Not as of right now, no. I don't know.
So this is where you're presenting to.
I'll be presenting in that room there.
Yeah, oh, I'm in
Right
there.
now, I just said that.
So that's what.
Did she send y'all over here? No.
Well, at 10:45, I gotta go in Lamar room.
Are you moderating?
I can't.
Just to.
I hope I'm not. She told me I didn't have to do anything. She said I just have to be there just in case. That and I gotta, paper. Yeah.
She wants you there, like in case the actual moderator got
Oh.
So,
Yeah, she did say that's exactly what she told me.
so just in case, still be keeping testing. Okay.
So record and keep time.
Why's that? That needs to be pointed to.
So do I need those little things that say stuff?
Well, I think she only brought one pair, and I just gave that to Robbie.
So these are there. don't you?
You may need to move this closer to you. Put it in a chair, sit it with somebody up a little closer.
You think I should just get the chair, put it in the center, and just kind of?
If you can see that set of 4 chairs, that was going to be what I would do. Because that's what we've got right now, unless they switch to this camera, which I don't know. But we've got this camera on.
I think if you set it on the chair, it's going to be looking
Yeah,
down.
it's gonna be looking down.
Hold on 1 second.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, we're not Yeah. Almost like this. So I was dressing up.
Share the speakers then. Share the speakers then.
All right, so I think we'll go ahead and get started.
Is that you?
Moderators, Dr. Sanaz Wasti, Associate Professor of Justice and Director of Studies of Law. She completed her postdoctorate at Harvard University Law School. Dr. Wasti has published 7 books and several peer-reviewed articles on various aspects of the criminal justice system. His research written about and presentation about the death penalty for the past 17 years. She also founded the Center for Death Penalty Studies in 2013.
We control the host.
Hi, welcome to Berkeley Justice panel. We have a series of good presentations here from Iran, on the penalty in Iran, Saudi Arabia, India, and if my PowerPoint is ready, I don't know, Frank. I can talk to that PowerPoint too, so it's too complicated to show you. Okay, I can see some of our speakers. The panel that we have in this room, in Palmer room, there are a hybrid. Some presenters are joining us in this room, but in Lamar room, all presenters are in person. So we don't have a Zoom possibility in Lamar room, but here we have some virtual presenters as well. I can, let me see. I wanted to introduce each panelist at the beginning of her or his presentation. So if my PowerPoint is ready, or okay, I can start without PowerPoint. I don't want to steal the time. Okay. Actually, today I would like to briefly discuss about the future of capital punishment in Islamic criminal justice system. And I believe it's important to discuss about, to discuss about death penalty in Islamic criminal justice system because of the future of death penalty in these the countries that have criminal justice system, and also because of the possibility
Can you allow participants to share
or limit the use of death penalty in these countries. You might ask what's Islamic criminal justice system. When we discuss about Islamic countries, we can call a country Islamic when the majority of population are Muslim. We have 47 Islamic countries in the world, but not all of them use the death penalty. Some Islamic countries have abolished the death penalty, or they don't practice it for a long time. And when we review the status of the death penalty in the world, 2/3 of countries have abolished the death penalty. We have 55 rotationist countries in the world, and from these 55 rotationist countries, the remote is not working. From 55 rotationist countries, 24 of them are Islamic countries. So from 55 rotationist countries in the world, 24 of them are Islamic nations. But when we discuss about Islamic countries, we need to distinguish among Islamic nations. Some Islamic countries are secular, and they don't have Islamic criminal justice system. Sharia law is not a part of their, not the source of their criminal justice system. And those countries, some of those countries have abolished the death penalty, for example, Turkey. Or some Islamic countries, they have accepted Islam as the official religion of their country in their constitution, but Islam is not the major source of their criminal justice system. Islam might be a part of their laws and family law or other parts, but they have a secular criminal justice system. And some Islamic countries are Islamic states, and they have Sharia law or Islamic law as a major source of their criminal justice system. Do you know how it works? And so I should point it like this. And so Islamic states use the Sharia law and Islamic law as a major source of their criminal justice system. And then to review the status of death penalty in these countries, in Islamic states, they all have the death penalty. And today I would like to briefly explain the major differences between the use of death penalty in Islamic criminal justice system and a secular criminal justice system. In the United States, we still have the death penalty, but we don't have a religious criminal justice system. We have a secular criminal justice system. The first major difference is the difference between categories of crimes and punishment. So in a secular criminal justice system, we have felony, misdemeanor, but in Islamic criminal justice system, they have different categories for crimes and punishment. They have hudud or prescribed crimes, assault or retaliation, blood money or dia, and they also have ta'zir or discretionary punishment. And under hudud, assault, and ta'zir, they have death penalty. For example, because I'm using all of these Arabic terms, I wanted to show the slide, but unfortunately, since it's not working. Okay, and under hudud or prescribed punishment, for example, adultery. Adultery is punishable by death, punishable by stoning in Islamic criminal justice system. the punishment for adultery has been indicated in Sharia law sources, Islamic law sources. And when a punishment has been indicated in Sharia law sources, it means there is no way to change it. There is no way to consider alternatives for it. So the second major difference is using mandatory death penalty in Islamic criminal justice system. In the US, we have an option to use life without possibility of parole. We don't have mandatory death penalty anymore. But in Islamic criminal justice system, they still have mandatory death penalty for certain crimes. And another major difference is execution method. In the US, the common method of execution is the lethal injection. Although you all know that there are some questions about humanity of lethal injection, but the method that the Islamic criminal justice system uses is much harsher. They still have hanging with crane, beheading, shooting, stoning is still available in Islamic criminal justice system. Another major difference is the number of capital crimes. The United States is a secular criminal justice system. We don't have death penalty for, we don't use death penalty for non-homicide crimes anymore. But in Islamic criminal justice system, unfortunately, they have variety of capital crimes. Variety of capital crimes for non-serious crimes, such as let me show you now. We have this. Here is one example from Penal Code of Iran, Islamic Penal Code of Iran, and the similar capital crimes has been repeated in other criminal justice systems. You can see death penalty is available for non-serious crimes, sexual crimes, victimless crimes, and here is another list. And some of these, when we discuss about death penalty, in the United States, we have a proportionality review for all capital cases. But in the Islamic criminal justice system, there is no proportionality between crime and punishment. For example, fornication of non-Muslim men with Muslim women could not pass proportionality review, and it's in violation of proportionality doctrine. So there are a lot of differences between the use of death penalty in Islamic criminal justice systems and secular criminal justice systems. But let me review the nations, Islamic countries that have used death penalty. For example, I have one example for you from 2010, and you can see some countries they have a higher rate of execution, and the Islamic criminal justice system with a high rate of execution, we can see a relationship between dictatorship and the use of capital punishment. Although in the US the penalty is political as well, but we can easily see this relationship between the use of death penalty and high rate of executions in Islamic criminal justice system. Another important issue is violation of human rights in Islamic criminal justice system. And the problem is they don't believe they violate human rights. They believe in cultural relativism notion, and they believe they have their own tradition, religion, and their own customs, and the punishment they use is just and humane, and they don't accept they violate human rights. And I call this presentation the criminal justice system, when they have Sharia law as the source of their criminal justice system, the change won't happen. First, they need to change their entire legal system, criminal justice system, then we can see the abolition of death penalty in Islamic criminal justice. Thank you. Okay, so we can start with our next speaker. I can see some of our speakers have joined us via Zoom. If you could see their pictures, it will be really great. So if our guests from India have joined the panel, we can start with the Justice thing. We have great speakers from India. Justice Singh started his career as an intellectual property rights attorney in 1980s. Over 500 of his cases have been reported in law journals. In 2008, he became a judge of Berkeley High Court, and in 2016, he became the chairman of Appellate Tribunal, and in 2018, took over as the chairman of the Intellectual Property Board in India. We welcome Justice Singh.
Let me tell you that entire concept in India. India is one of the 56 countries to engage with death penalty, while 142 countries have abolished it in law or practice. The abolition or retention of death penalty is one of the most controversial issues in India. However, despite of the report, there are sudden increase of sentences of death punishment from the year 2016. The punishment is to be awarded in the rarest of rare cases. Most death sentences were imposed for murder and murders involving sexual violence. The session courts authorized by law to pronounce the death sentence subject to confirmation by the higher court, that is High Court. In 2020, 50 out of 77 cases of the total death sentences imposed by the trial court involved sexual offences. As on 31st of December 2020, a total of 404 prisoners are on death row. The execution of the death sentence carried out in India mostly ending by net till death as per the jail manual. Between 1st January 2000 and 31st of June 2015, the Supreme Court imposed 60 death sentences. It subsequently admitted that it had honored the strictly over the life and in preventing grave offences. According to the National Law University Delhi Death Penalty India Report 2016, approximately 75% of all the convicts sentenced to death in India are from socio-economically underprivileged categories such as Dalit, OBC, religious minorities, and poorer people. The poorest remains receiving legal aid not proper. It is noticed that the convict is hanged in many cases after the expiry period of life imprisonment. In India, basically, the life imprisonment is between 14 years to 20 years, and even death sentence was done after the expiry of 20 years, 20 years in imprisonment. It is in many cases it is a double jeopardy. Basically, person is already there in that row for more than 15 years, 20 years, and still basically after that he was hanged. It is because of delay process, some shortage of judges. Sometimes hangman is not available, and we are surprised to know that in many cases it is seen that even the relatives are not informed at the time of before the hanging of the person. In India, it is known fact that whenever any brutal offense such as terrorist attack, the terrorist act and gang rapes are reported in India, the voice of media and public becomes united and they all advocate for death penalty. The judiciary has played a very crucial role in bringing a balance between the abolition and the retention debate of death penalty. The Supreme Court has kept in mind all the necessary aspects before time and again denying that the death penalty should not be abolished. It has looked at the public perspective as well as considered the developments taking on the global level and deliver any landmark judgment in this field. Justice Krishna Iyer was the retired judge of the Supreme Court earlier in the case of Rajinder Prasad versus State of Uttar Pradesh, stated that the capital punishment of death penalty violates the fundamental rights. But it was dissenting opinion. The Supreme Court, again with the case of Bachan Singh case, has said that the punishment was to be awarded only to the rest of their case. Similarly, in the case of Mofil Khan and another, the state of Jharkhand apex court granted the review petition submitted by the two death row inmates seeking to have their death sentence due to life imprisonment for a period of 30 years. In this case, the court noted that the aspect regarding the possibility of reformation was ignored by the trial court while awarding the death sentence. The apex court held that it is well-settled law that the possibility of reformation and rehabilitation of the convict is an important factor which has to be taken into account as a mitigating circumstances before sentencing him to death. Recently, the Supreme Court has taken a slow motor cognizance to consider examining the procedure in which the death penalty is awarded. A long and unnecessary delay in execution of the death sentences defeats the very purpose of which death sentence was awarded. This is my opinion. The first and foremost reason for adopting the death penalty in sexual offences cases were great deterrence and prevent commission of similar offences. However, delay in execution of such offences defeat does not create any deterrence in the society and hence death penalty proves to be useless. Once the ideology behind awarding the death penalty was eye for an eye and tooth for tooth. However, now the times have changed. We bring a civilized society who says that it should not be done the same. Killing for killing is not the punishment. The intention behind punishment is always to bring the change in society, and it can be very well achieved by adopting a responsive system of justice. With the civilized society, the nations have now adopted the reformative approach in order to deal with the increasing criminal rate. Ideally speaking, the death penalty 4th August 2015, Indian Law Commission proposed that the death penalty be abolished and all crimes, excluding terrorism, except excluding terrorism-related offences and war. My conclusion is that to sum up, that it can be said that very purpose of deterrence by death sentence is unachievable in India due to the long delay trial, tendency of the review petition and mercy petition. Hence, in any case, the death penalty is nothing but a useless mechanism to punish the offender that makes so good to the society and also hampers the human rights of the offenders. The new trend adopting death penalty for sexual offences also needs to be changed, as the death penalty can never be changed or eliminate the root cause of the very offense. The root cause of such offences is those offenders who can be cured by giving the by giving the species and other things. US is the great example which provides rehabilitation and counseling for sexual offenders. My opinion is also the same, and I am very much hopeful that India should also adopt the same example like in US. India can follow therefore I say that India should follow the footstep of US in the case of sexual offences and can provide therapy to the sexual offender. Furthermore, sex education is to be necessary in schools and educational institutions to change the psychology of the people. This is also my opinion. In India, basically, there is hardly any study in the school. However, as far as terrorism cases are concerned, the India can retain the current approach of interest of their case, providing some effective mechanism is set up by the court in trial and execution of the sentencing. In such cases, in my opinion, the prisoner should be imprisoned for the rest of his life with death. This is my personal opinion, and my further opinion is that it should be abolished. If somebody is involved in terrorism activity or is working against the country, the maximum penalty should be given. He should be jailed till his death. Many thanks for listening me. I am grateful to everyone. Thank you so much and good luck for
Thank you so much, Justice Singh. Thank you. We have another great speaker from India, Krishna Sharma, and she's the managing partner of corporate law group in New Delhi. It's Indian India. She joined the bar in Delhi in 1993. She has a bachelor degree in law from University of Delhi. Krishna was additional advocate general for the state of Assam in the Supreme Court of India from 2011 to 2016, and her firm was standing counsel from 2001 to 2016. In this role, she has dealt with many aspects of criminal law, death penalty, life imprisonment, and other issues. Krishna?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Alasti. Namaskar, Justice Singh. I'm very happy to be here. And following, Justice Singh, I have actually very little to add. But what I have done is, prepared the case law and the substantive law in a manner that kind of, shows the history of death penalty and the thinking, both in the executive as well as the courts. And I hope, I can add a little bit to the discussion today. And like Justice Singh, I am also for India abolishing the death penalty. And I hope that, that is something that this today's Lamar University's initiative is taken to a logical conclusion in terms of how to kind of have advocacy around it. So the first slide, I have a brief overview. Right from the Constitution, when it was being framed in the 1947-1950, the founding fathers were actually against having the death penalty. In fact, one of the architects of our Constitution, Dr. Ambedkar, he said that the proper thing for this country to do is to abolish the death sentence altogether. But somehow I think we lost that plot. The Constitution of India has our fundamental rights, Article 14, that guarantees equality before the law, and 21 gives a right to life with dignity. Now, what I found is that there are so many provisions, both in the Indian Penal Code, about 13 provisions, and there are various other legislations that provide for death penalty, over 40 legislations. Okay? Then, under the Constitution, one issue that is of very importance to kind of note and flag is that the criminal law justice system is in the concurrent list, which is that both the union, the central government, and the states have legislative power. And prison is in the state list. This is again an important thing to flag, because therefore you have a problem with data. There's no centralized data that anybody can kind of go into to see the death row inmates, actual execution happening. So there is no data that one can go in a central, more organized fashion. The Supreme Court has been debating death sentence for a very long time, and it has time and again upheld the constitutionality of death penalty, though not uniform, as I will establish. But it has over time, strived to attain a balance by avoiding the death sentence in the rarest of rare cases, as Justice just mentioned. And prior to 1955, the courts had to, state reasons if death sentence is not imposed. That thankfully changed, and now it is more the norm is life imprisonment, and only when there is aggravating circumstances do you have a death sentence imposed. Now, this is very good in terms of the law laid down, but actual implementation has been very iffy. Okay. So, am I changing the slides? You got it, just change. So this is just to kind of show the different laws and the provisions. I will not spend time over it. As you can see, it is so different, and as I mentioned, the state and the union and the states. So the states also have different, laws and provisions that provide for death penalty. These are the other legislations, and these are the military acts, Armed Forces Act, which has extant provisions. And this is really not kind of the whole lot. There are many more, but these are the ones I thought just gives you an elucidation of what the law is. Now, in terms of the constitutionality and procedural reforms, and one followed the other, I would just like to point two key Constitution bench judgments and read it by 5 judges of the Supreme Court. And in essence, what was before them is that was the death penalty unconstitutional, and did it take away the fundamental rights of a human being guaranteed under the Constitution? So the first case I take is Jagmohan Singh versus State of Uttar Pradesh in 1973. So in that, the main ground of challenge was that in absence of guidelines, decisions can be highly subjective and arbitrary. Okay? So the Supreme Court held that it's difficult to lay down standards to determine circumstances, and there are enough procedural safeguards in the Criminal Procedure Code, and the appeal provisions are sufficient. And he noted that in countries like US, laws relating to death were discriminatory enforced. And also that capital punishment is not unusual. It has been followed from ancient times, even in India. But what followed from this law was that this decision was that there was a change in the procedural law. In the criminal procedure code was amended, and section 354(3) was inserted that provided that when a man is convicted for murder, special reasons must be given for imposing a death sentence. So that was like, a change. The next slide. The second case, again in our constitutional bench, is Bachchan Singh versus State of Punjab, 1979, whether death penalty was constitutional, and the decision was 4:1. Okay, 4 held it was constitutional. 1, Justice Bhagavati, he dissented and struck down section 302, which is the murder provision, as being unconstitutional. However, death sentence was not to be the rule, but an exception. Could be awarded only in the rarest of rare cases. This is the precedent that was set. And set of aggravating and mitigating circumstances were drawn up. Okay, and the caveat was that it will be different. And the special reasons have to be also stated. So some of the mitigating circumstances were offences committed under extreme mental or emotional disturbance, young or old, the age of the accused, post-murder remorse. In aggravating circumstances, murder victim being a scheduled caste or scheduled tribe, murder of a national leader, policeman, public servant on duty, which I also see in the US laws. So, this was a very important precedent of the Supreme Court that was to lay the ground rules for future cases. The next slide. Now, the case number 3, I will just kind of, talk about, in terms of what it laid down. That it laid down the 5 specific categories wherein a convicted person may be penalized with death. Okay, so it is in some way a more specificity to the law. The next slide. In this case, in 1983. It was the section 303 of IPC was struck down because this law was very draconian, that it was mandatory imposition of death penalty when a prisoner serving a life sentence committed murder. So they said this goes beyond the legislative intent. Next slide. In this case, a very interesting element of the jurisprudence comes out, where their decision was like, the first decision was, it went both ways. Justice Sinha said that death penalty should be abolished. It's already abolished in many countries. And in this particular case, the evidence was only circumstantial and it could be like, a wrong conviction. And the other part was that the accused Swami Shraddhanand had already spent 16 years in solitary confinement when the case finally came up to be heard in the Supreme Court. The other judge, the second judge, Justice Kajju, he said that SC cannot amend constitution by judicial verdict. So no absolute rule to not award death penalty to circumstantial evidence. And he said this should, Swami Shraddhanand should be giving the death penalty. So it was referred to a higher bench, a 3-judge bench, which concurred with Justice Sinha and commuted the death penalty to life imprisonment and directed that the accused should be spending the rest of his life in the jail. And this is the final slide on the cases, and just to show what aspects of the death penalty have been dealt with by the Supreme Court. I go to case number 8. That the SC rejected, in India, the death is by hanging and by shooting, for the military justice system. So, in this case, the SC rejected the contention that death by hanging is inhuman, cruel, and violative of Article 21. But in the next case, SC declared public hanging to be barbaric practice and unconstitutional. In fact, the Law Commission in the 187 report, mode of execution of death sentence in 2003, said that India should be going towards adopting more human mode of execution, and had said that something that there's a loss of consciousness immediately, and talked about lethal injection, that should be taken it and not hanging, because there has been like botched up hanging in India in a number of occasions. Now, the last case is, that can we see a trend towards a change of heart in the Supreme Court? In the Mumbai blast case in 2013, except the mastermind Yakub Menon, the other 123 accused were awarded, accused were given life imprisonment and not death. So courts probably were appreciating the evidence in perspective. The next slide. And this is just quickly to show some data. As I mentioned, the data is actually very difficult to kind of get. Mercy petitions are actually a norm. Article 72 and Article 161 allows. And for death sentence, it is only Article 72, which is the President of India can only do that. Okay. So let me just go to the last two slides. I had some slides which I could share with the group later. Last two slides. There's no time. Yeah. So basically, I want to make a case for the abolition of death penalty. There are some ground in India already. There is a Justice King also mentioned. There's a law commission report that says that we should go towards it, except for cases of terror and war against the state. We should actually be looking for abolishing. The next slide. There was also a private member's bill by Kani Mori that says that we should be completely go against the death penalty. So there is something in India, and the SC in 2019 also observed the same. So there is ground for taking this on to the next logical conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to see if our presenter from Iran, Shadi Rasani, okay. Oh yeah, she's here. Okay, good. We have a great speaker from Iran, Shadi Rasani. She's a capital defense attorney from Tehran, Iran. She has received her LLB from Tehran Azad University and her LLM in civil law from Tehran Azad University as well. Shadi is a member of Bar Association in Iran. She has practiced criminal law for 18 years in Iran, and she has represented several death row inmates. And the most important thing is she was my friend and she was my classmate when we were both in kindergarten and we were just 5 years old. And she's speaking in Persian, but we have a translator who is going to translate her.
Okay.
I help. Okay, Shadi, we are waiting for you.
First, Shadi, I want to say something in Farsi to make sure nobody. Shadi, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Shadi? بله مثلا میگم شما صدای ما میشنوید اوکی میشه یه خورده سر دوربینتون رو بیارین پایین ما نصف سقفتون رو داریم میبینیم سر دوربین یه ذره بیارین پایین‌تر بهتر وسط تصویر سر دوربین کامپیوترت لپتاپ
اینو چرا که نه
حالا اوکی ولی به صدای منم میتونید توجه کنید که شما میگین منم این وسط مجبورم ترجمه
کنم شما باید ترجمه کنید بله چشم
Sorry, I didn't have any other choice to explain. Farsi, first I tried to tell her that we don't need to see all your roof, but she can manage that. But it's okay.
Let me first say her title of her speech. She's going to talk about the penalty for murder, or they call it qisas, and forgiveness in retaliation cases, qisas cases in Iran. شادی جان منتظرت.
بله شروع کنید. به نام خداوند جان با سلام خدمت همه حضار محترم و شنوندگان گرامی سپاس از دکتر الکسی که این فرصت رو در اختیار من قرار دادن تا مطالبی در خصوص یکی از مجازات‌های ساله و حیات در ایران عنوان کنم. از شادی رسمی.
هر بحثی که میگی هر دو جمله که میگی باید من اینو
بله چشم.
That's not my fault. She started with in the name of Allah and ladies and gentlemen, thank you and thank you, Dr. Alasti, for giving me that opportunity to talk about capital punishment in Iran. My name is Shadi Asadi and attorney at law in Tehran.
امروز میخوام مختصری در مورد مجازات قتل عمد و وضعیت قصاص در ایران صحبت کنم و امیدوارم این مطالب یا آگاهی اجمالی برای مطالعه تطبیقی مجازات اعدام در قتل عمد به شامل و موثر باشه.
I want to talk about the intentional murder in Iran and the retaliation for murder, and hopefully this will help you for a comparative study about this very important issue.
قتل عمد در ایران زمانی اتفاق میفته که مرتکب به قصد کشتن کسی عملی را انجام بده و قربانی فوت کنه، یا زمانی که عملی را انجام بده که هر انسانی با انجام این عمل خودش را از دست میده و یا اینکه این عمل نسبت به اون فرد خاص کشنده هست، مثلا به دلیل بیماری.
Okay, I want to ask Dr. Alex to read that part because
the definition of intentional murder that is eligible for death is broad in Iran. So based on Iran's penal code, when the criminal intends to kill the specific person or non-specific person by the commission of a certain act, and that act results to inflict such an injury, or when the criminal intentionally commits an act that results in killing, although the intent was not to kill, or when the criminal does not intend to kill, but due to advanced age or infancy, the act results in death. It will be eligible for death penalty. شادی جان ادامه بده.
برای آگاهی رویه عملی روند اجمالی یکی از پرونده‌ها رو باز می‌کنم. این پرونده‌ای بود که خانومی 54 ساله همسر سابق خودش رو با ضربه سنگین شیعی به قتل رسونده بود و بعد از اون برای اینکه جسد رو از بین ببره اون رو قتل کرده بود بتونه از خونه خارج کنه.
To help you better understand the situation, I want to give you an example. It was a case that I was working on. It was a lady, 54 years old lady, who she killed her husband with a heavy object and to hit the head of the husband. And then she tried to hide the corpse, and then she decided to shred the body, and when she was just putting all the pieces of the corpse in the bag and just passing it around with the cab and with the taxi, then the taxi driver just felt something strange and just she didn't go there yet. Okay. Go ahead and say بله شاید من بفهمید شما I was too much in the
از من جلو زدید.
یه دو خط رفتم جلوتر دیدم خیلی جالب شد.
بله بعد خب بعد از اینکه جسد پیدا شد تحقیق قضایی در ایران با دستگیری قاتل و گروه بازپرس ویژه قتل در محل و ارجاع موضوع به دادسرا آغاز میشه. در دادسرا هم با بازجویی و بازسازی صحنه جرم ادامه پیدا میکنه. بعد از اون مرتکب برای بررسی وضعیت سلامت عقلی به پزشکی قانونی معرفی میشه. پزشکی قانونی در این مورد اول افسردگی شدیدی که میتونه باعث زوال اراده به شرط برای ساعات یا حتی روزهای خاصی تایید کرد.
شادی میخوای بخونی تا آخرش رو It's then the prosecution was started and the lady was arrested and the interrogation was started at the place of murder and then they sent it to the court and with the crime scenes reconstructions and then they sent the case to they sent the defendant for the determining sanity to the forensic and over there گفتیم اینا رو گفتیم پزشکی قانونی یا نه هنوز
پزشکی قانونی بله گفتم بله
and yeah at the forensic then it was a what happened there the result of the forensic sorry you don't know how hard is it. It reminds me because I was in law school in Iran too, and I hated every time when they were talking about those crazy things in Islamic law. I said, "Oh my God, it's not."
After the confession of the defendant, they decided about to sentence the defendant to death penalty.
Okay, بفهمید شدید.
بله. فکر میکنم آمد جلو زدید ولی خب در مجموع تا همون جایی فهمیدیم که هیئت‌های مختلفی ارجاع میشه. هیئت 3 نفره، هیئت 5 نفره در نهایت به این نتیجه رسیدن که ایشون اراده کافی نداشته و قرار موضوعی
این برای دیوان عالی بود یا برای دادگاه تجدید نظر بود؟
فعلا هنوز دادسرا
Okay, yeah, that was a group of 3 judges and then 5 judges. They worked on this case and then all of them they approved that she was guilty and then they approved that they approved insanity and they sent her.
No, they approved that the defendant was not insane and he was
It says با قرار موقوفی تعقیب صادر و مرتکب جهت مداوا به بیمارستان نبرد. They said it's insane. She's insane. And then they sent her to the hospital and they stopped the investigation. Am I right? Okay. بگو شادی بقیه شد؟
بله. ایشون به بیمارستان اعصاب و روان برای درمان ارجاع داده شدن. مجددا با شکایت ورثه مقتول هیئت‌های 7 نفره و 9 نفره تشکیل شد و ایشون رو از نظر عقلی سالم تشخیص دادن.
Then it was a group of چند نفره 7 نفره و 11 نفره 9 نفره the group of 7 and 9 the doctors as in forensic medicine then they decided all together that she is not insane and she is guilty and then they sent the case back to the court for indictment.
مجازات قتل عمد در ایران طبق قانون که برگرفته از قرآن و سنت است قصاص و در نتیجه اقرار متهم در این پرونده و نظریه پزشکی قانونی به قصاص موکل من صادر شد. به دلیل پاره‌ای از اتهامات من به حکم اعتراض کردم و دیوان عالی کشور حکم را نقض کرد، پرونده را به دادسرا برگرداند.
In Iran, the punishment for intentional murder, the Quran, the holy book of Muslims, and Prophet Muhammad's tradition, it's retaliation. And then when it was because of the confusion of the defendant and the result of forensic, they decided the court ruled for death penalty. Here is retaliation based on Islam. But because of some doubts, which I brought up in this case, then the Supreme Court picked the case and overruled the decision. Then they returned the case to complete the investigation to the court, and then another group of 11 doctors at the forensic, they worked on this case, and they said, then they said she was guilty. آخرش گفتن اون 11 نفر گفتن که مقصر بوده.
بله سالم بوده. بله. و در نتیجه حکم قصاص مجدد در ما قابل پیش بینی بود. ادامه بدم؟
آره این من گفتم.
طبق قانون ایران قصاص حقی ورثه مقتوله ولی به غیر از زن و شوهر مقتول.
یه لحظه وایسا.
Under Iranian law, death penalty for Islamic, the current law of Iran, which is Islamic, based on Sharia law, the death penalty for qisas is not a public right; it's a private right, and the family of victim can decide about the death penalty, or they can choose blood money.
I want to let you just complete the last part, enjoy it, and I will.
ادامه بدین.
ورثه مقتول اختیار دارن که یا قاتل رو قصاص کنن یا با دریافت دیه از قصاص صرف نظر کنن که در این صورت قاتل بین 3 تا 10 سال به حبس محکوم میشه.
If the family of the victim decide to not pursue the death penalty, then it will be blood money as a punishment, and also it will be imprisonment. It will be 3 to 10 years of prison for the person who has committed intentional crime based on penal code of Iran.
مبلغی که برای دیه تعیین میشه هر ساله قوه قضاییه تعیین میکنه، ولی اکثر افراد با مبلغ خیلی بالاتر از مبلغ دیه حاضر به صرف نظر قصاص میشن.
The judiciary each year decides how much should be paid for blood money, but sometimes the price might varies based on the decision of the family of victim.
دو نکته حاشیه‌ای هم در اینجا ذکر می‌کنم. اولا پدر و پدربزرگ پدری در صورت قتل فرزند یا نوه قصاص نمیشن.
She's referring to a discrimination that Iranian law, Islamic Penal Code of Iran has. So if a father or grandfather is the murderer, there is no retaliation. There is no death penalty for the father and grandfather based on ادامه بده.
در صورتی که قاتل مرد باشه و مقتول زن باشه و ورثه مقتول تقاضای قصاص بخوان بکنن، نصف دیه باید به قاتل بدن تا بتونن تقاضای قصاص بکنن، به دلیل اینکه در قانون ما دیه زن نصف دیه مرد هستش.
another important issue, she's referring to gender discrimination when the murderer is a woman, because the blood money for women is half of a man. Then, if the family of victim is looking for death penalty and retaliation, then they should pay the half of blood money to the murderer, and then they can kill the murderer, because it's gender discrimination in blood money and how much they need to pay.
در واقع سرنوشت مرگ و زندگی قاتل در اختیار ورثه مقتول هستش.
And the final decision about the death penalty and which punishment should be available for the person that committed an heinous crime, intentional murder, is up to the family of victim, not the state.
به همین دلیل مؤسسات نهادهای عمومی اشخاص مشهور افراد عادی زیادی هستند که خیلی تلاش میکنن برای اخذ رضایت و ورثه مقتول. امروزه شبکه‌های اجتماعی هم در این زمینه تلاش‌های زیادی میکنن.
Because the death penalty for intentional murder, it's a private right. Nowadays in Iran, there are lots of organizations and institutes that are involved in forgiveness for death penalty cases, and they try to ask for forgiveness, and in this case, there will be no death penalty for a person who has committed intentional murder. شادی جان، ما یه مقدار با کسر وقت مواجه هستیم، میتونید در یه جمله
میخوایم فقط همین بگید که دیگه در نهایت ماجرا اینه که مثلا در این کیس با $120,000 اینا رضایت دادن. معمولا اینجوریه، هیچ برابر قیمتی قصاص هستش. یا دیگه بفرمایید همین بگید و دیگه تمومش کنید.
Make a long story short, she said it's all about the business, and in this case, it was 6 times more than the normal money the family of the victim should get. They got it was $120,000, and then they said it's okay. We don't want to kill the murderer. Yeah, it's a good business.
Thank you so much, Shadi Jan. ممنون. مرسی شادی.
مرسی که توجه کردید و مرسی وقتی که به من دادید.
Okay, our next speaker is from Thailand. She's in France right now. Vanina, are you here? Vanina Sacharitpul, she I don't know if she has joined us or not. She's going to discuss about death penalty in Thailand, and she will be a doctor soon. She has submitted her dissertation, and she's also a lecturer at University of Paris. And we are glad. I don't know. I can see her, but I think one of our technicians should help us to. Yeah.
Could you tell us 2 more interesting things about the Islamic law?
Oh no, I can't. We're waiting to listen and learn about death penalty in Thailand. Vanina is an international arbitrator and senior lecturer at the University of Paris. She has completed her LLM thesis on capital punishment in Thailand and California and the implementation of the Vienna Convention on consular relations on foreigners convicted of capital crimes. And she has, as I mentioned, she has just finished her dissertation at University of Paris. And the most important thing is her grandfather, Professor Champagne Sacharico, was my advisor and also my professor at Golden Gate University in San Francisco.
Thank you, Dr. Alasis. And dear distinguished guests, distinguished panelists, and attendees today, it is my pleasure to be here, and good evening from Paris. And I know that Dr. Alasis wanted my grandfather to be here, so he is relaying some words here, because he is now in his 90s, and unfortunately, not in such great health. But I'm walking in his footsteps, so here I am. So it is my great pleasure to see the first annual conference on such a topical issue as the death penalty taking place in the United States to be live streamed internationally. This is such an auspicious occasion, and many countries are still struggling to understand the impact of the death penalty, its necessity, and whether or not it's effective in deterring crime. It is hoped that this center will play a leading role in fostering the understanding and struggles that many countries still face, including the United States and Thailand, toward abolishing the death penalty. As my grandfather says, to this end, you have his sincere felicitation. He wishes the best. He wishes the inauguration conference all the success in working towards a more humane justice system for all citizens of the world. And now, I personally always had an interest in the death penalty. And while at UC Hastings, I took a death penalty seminar. I took on probably cases at the start of my career involving police brutality and criminal law. And I also interned for now Vice President Kamala Harris. And indeed, my LLM thesis was on the subject of the death penalty, and I spent time teaching international criminal law. So I would like our dialogue to be more of a comparative one between the US system, which is a republic under common law, versus Thailand, which is a kingdom under the civil law. But before I get started, I would like to tell you a story. And here I will share my slide. Please hold on 1 second while I try to find my technological issue, which always seems to happen. the capital punishment in the Kingdom of Thailand. Before we get started, I'd like to tell you a little bit of a story that is relevant and very personal to my family, but also to the Kingdom of Thailand. I'm going to take you back to the 1800s, because in order to understand the present, we have to understand the past. And this is the photo of my grandfather's great aunt, Queen Consort Zimring, who is the daughter of the mother queen, Queen Thea, who is married to King Rama V. We are now in the Chakri dynasty of King Rama X. She was a queen consort of King Rama VI, who had a daughter with him. She was 19. She was on a boat crossing the Chaupraya River. As you can see, she was very young. And she was with her infant daughter. The boat crashed into another royal fleet and drowned. But due to the capital punishment of any person touching a royal member of the family, none of the servants, none of the royal guards, none of the royal friends helped her, as we watched her and her child drown in a tragic death of the king's most beloved woman. So she became known as the Drowned Princess. Now, while we discuss how the death penalty is imposed on those who commit crimes, the death penalty also in Thailand has actually prevented one from saving someone's life. This is why Thailand is such a unique position. And as you will learn that many crimes, and indeed many pardons, are related to the monarchy. And at that time, touching a royal member of the family, especially one of the queens, was not only punishable by death to you, but 7 levels of your family, your cousin, your parent, your grandparents, your children, your second cousin, and so on. As we can say right now, one of the most important developments in Thailand is that official circles are gradually moving away from the death penalty as sanctions against crime. And what I will demonstrate is that although Thailand has a death penalty on the book for about 60 offenses, it's actually not so bad, and you will see. But as I say, to understand the present, you have to understand the past. So we'll cover the history of the death penalty in Thailand, the current situation, and some of my commentaries. So this dates back to 1352, much longer than before America was founded as a country. These were offenses punishable by death, and many of them related. And it was by beheading only. And there were offenses against the royal administration: exploitation of citizens, resisting arrest, falsification of arrest warrants, alternation of testimony, and failing to carry out orders resulting to damage of official functions. And then there was the torture era in 1435 of the Royal Decree of Armed Rebellion, where the law was expanded to include rebellion, conspiracy to assassinate or dethrone the king, armed attack on the capital, the royal palaces, murder of monks, robbery of temples, subjecting citizens to inhumane treatment by torture, acts of indecency against Buddha, and sacrilegious acts and various crimes against children. And at the same time, various methods of executions were expanded to include various kinds of atrocious and heinous torture, including cracking open the skull and filling it with hot pieces of metal, lynching, pouring boiling oil over the head of the condemned person, allowing starving dogs to tear the condemned person apart. Then in 1908 came the sole method of execution. In accordance with Article 13 of the Criminal Code, beheading became the sole method of execution. Under such technique, a prisoner's head is severed from the body with a sharp sword after a traditional ritual is performed by the executioner. This method was proved to be problematic at times when the blade was not sharp enough, making the execution difficult to carry out and extremely painful for the prisoner. And less than 30 years later, this method of execution was declared inhumane and replaced by firing squad. The government declared execution by beheading was clearly inhumane, a shockingly appalling experience to the condemned prisoner, executioner, and officials supervising the execution. Very often, the condemned person went through torturous process. Some of the executioners were not even properly trained and therefore unqualified to carry out the task correctly. They often missed a clean shot, causing painful and torturous death because the executioner missed the marked point of the neck, but chopping the head instead, leaving the condemned prisoner suffering from a painful and inhumane death. In addition, the pre-execution procedure added on to the psychological torture of the condemned prisoner. Some of them were driven to the point of mental breakdown and near breakdown before facing death of the beheading ground. The high cost of preparation and actual execution with a full fee paid to the executioner appeared to be unnecessary harm. To the view of this, the proposed death by firing seemed to be much less costly and much more humane as before mentioned. To say the least, a death by firing is not as ghastly as beheading, while much less complicated preparation is required. No ritual dance and ceremonial music are needed in case of death by firing. The condemned prisoner has only to be blindfolded. Thus, it is thus seen the most appropriate to adopt as a method of execution. Now, what is the current situation? We know a little bit about the past now. Well, lethal injection was adopted in 2001. And in 1995, the Thai authority resumed execution after an 8-year moratorium, which means that in the 80s, Thailand has essentially stopped executing. And then we had another moratorium. And these are often just declared by the king. So after 9 years of no execution, a 26-year-old man convicted of robbery and murder was executed in June 2018, thus breaking the de facto moratorium of Thailand. About a decade ago, the death penalty was abolished for those under 18. And this compares, and this is part in the U.S. Supreme Court decision in Roper versus Simmons, where it was declared prohibits death penalty upon one who has committed an offense while under the age of 18. The criminal code now prohibits death penalty in regards to pregnant women. The country now also abolishes the death penalty in regards to offenses of corruption. But today there remains about 60 offenses that give rise to the death penalty. About 30 are under the criminal code, ranging from attacks on the monarchy to murder. And 15 situations fall under the military law, such as collusion with the armed A current draft law on related drug offenses will modify a variety of situations giving rise to the death penalty. If the draft is approved by Parliament, the death penalty will be limited to those of the top trafficking echelons and in regards to national security. But while you see about 30 categories, for example, murder in the Thai Civil Code is specified to specific persons, such as murder of a royal. There will be another provision for murder of a state official and diplomat, or rape leading to murder, indecency leading to murder, such and such leading to. So, in other words, murder is not encompassed in one law. And in Thailand, there is no such thing as, for example, the felony murder rule, where if you drive a getaway car and there's an accidental gun going off during a bank robbery, the driver of the getaway car can end up getting the death penalty. So there is no such a rule in Thailand. But because the codes are so specifically divided by categories, such as crimes against the crown, crimes against state officials, crimes against sexual offenses, etc., a lot of, for example, murders are duplicated. So what's really the thinking about, okay, what are the comments? What is the international community thinking about Thailand at the moment? Thailand still has a death penalty. So surely we're not looking so great. Thailand is a party to the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, the ICCPR. Section 6 affirms the right to life, with a high threshold if the death penalty is to be legitimate, and only where it is imposed by the courts. Yet, under the law, the death penalty is still retained for several offenses, including corruption and bribery. Well, yes and no, but bribery, which do not meet the threshold of most serious crime. So there's one, for example, provision relating to indecency, which can be broadly interpreted, or many offenses relating to the crown. So these may not be considered the most serious crimes under Article 6.2 of the ICCPR. And complementary to the ICCPR, the international trend is to suspend the death penalty with a moratorium, and preferably to orientate toward abolition altogether. Well, Thailand is not party to the covenant to abolish the death penalty. And unlike my colleague who spoke about the death penalty relating to terrorism, I think Thailand will probably have a mentality of the death penalty reserved for crimes against the crown, such as assault, or I am taking kind of the approach of the likely attitude of the public. And Thailand is among only 13 countries in the world where the death penalty is known to have been imposed and implemented on drug-related offense. And various human rights bodies have raised the issue of extrajudicial killing, which happened.
And your presentation is great and we are really enjoying it, but because of time issue, could you please briefly conclude it for us, because each presentation is supposed to be in 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Okay, yes, it's at the end now. Yes, former toxic regime. And Cambodia and Philippines are the only ones that are about to abolish the death penalty. So what is unique about Thailand is the pardon scheme. The general pardon and the pardon, unique pardon, and the petition to the king and the general pardon. So let's look at the final statistics. which is over the past decades, about 320 people have been executed. Currently, 185 prisoners are on death row in a country populated by 70 million, compared to 199 death row inmates in Texas, which has 30 million, and 694 in California, which has 39 million, despite the moratorium. Although there is no published statistics on leniency at any royal ceremony, such as the king or queen's birthday, that there are routine pardons, and it can be deduced that even at the last 2 years, there's been 300 something pardons from the death penalty to life, but there's still a lack of public awareness, and I think this is where the center can play a key role about being effective in deterrence of the death penalty. And to compare Thailand and the US, is the Thai king doesn't have political pressure in terms of re-election or politics being involved. So clemency and pardons are often granted. So the implementation in practice is lesser than expected. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Professor Jesse Dwyer. Am I pronouncing right? My French is not good, so. And he spent 13 years as an educational consultant in Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. At Lamar University, he has taught several literature and ethics courses focused on victims, criminals, and punishment. Jesse received the Texas Governor's Award for Restorative Justice and the Courage Award from Texas Coalition to Abolish the Death Penalty. He has been recognized by the Bureau of Prisons for his work at the Federal Correctional Complex in Beaumont.
Thank you, sir. In view of the time constraints, that's all right. In view of the time constraints, recording, and because I am home, and because I came prepared, I'm going to let you read 3 poems that I have written, some of them published, about the death. And then we can all go. Okay, so I'll put these over. Thank you all. Let's wrap it up.
Actually, the reason I let one of our speakers to talk more, because I was worried about the launch. I thought they have not delivered the launch, so I wanted to entertain you with longer presentations, but I knew about the timing, and we would like to listen to Professor. You don't want to be, still have time, don't worry. I gave time to our previous speaker on purpose because I was worried about lunch. But please, we would love to listen to your presentation.
Well, I really want to so why don't we all just get together?
Okay, so now we have time for questions. So if you have any question from the presenters, they are still available virtually, and I'm here. Please, if you have any questions, let us know.
Yeah, hungry.
Okay.
Read 2 poems.
Anything?
Jesse.
You should read one for retaliation. For retaliation crimes, do they go through the criminal justice process and sentence the person to death?
Yeah, it's the formal process. So it goes to criminal justice system. So it's similar to the secular criminal justice system. They have all the appeal process, everything, death penalty, or they call it retaliation for intentional murder, since it's not a public right, it's a private right under Islamic law, the family of the victim at the end, even it goes to Supreme Court in some cases, then at the end, the family of victim can decide to choose the death penalty or blood money plus prison time.
Has anybody done an empirical study tracking that over 10 or 15 years in the system?
About the number of forgiveness and actually, unfortunately, no, because
This is a doctoral opportunity.
yeah, the problem is they in Iran they don't reveal their statistics on these issues, so we don't have access. I would love to do statistics, but we don't have access to exact number of people who have been sentenced to death for intentional murder, and how many of them have been ended to forgiveness and blood money. We don't have access to the numbers. There was no study.
If you had a very well trained local attorney,
We can do
there is a
it.
dissertation.
Maybe in the future, yeah, it will be a great dissertation. Yeah.
Very happy to discuss design.
Yeah.
You get the student.
Yeah, they can come to UC Berkeley and take your death penalty class. Okay, any more questions, Amar?
What is the distinction between a private right and a public right? I'm asking because I have a student who actually is working on, I have a student who's actually doing some research on, long story short, we haven't got the exact research question yet, but it centers around input of victim for punishment, sentencing, that sort of thing. So,
In the Islamic criminal justice system, some crimes they call it haqqonas in Arabic. It means it's a private right, and the person who is the victim of the crime, or in murder cases, the family of the victim have the right to decide about the punishment. And the state, it goes through the formal process, as I just mentioned, but at the end, it's the decision of the victim or the family of the victim. But they, for public right, they call it haqqullah crimes. It means that it's not the decision is not up to the people, and the state decides about the punishment. For example, for other death-eligible crimes in Islamic criminal justice system, for example, adultery, sodomy, political crimes that are punishable by death, and there is no private right. The state decides. But both of those goes to the formal process in the court, and but at the end, for private right, the decision.
okay. You answered my question. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you so much. We end the first panel of today's event. Thank you. And we start in
Recording stopped.
Yeah, we start the welcome notes for launch, and then we after a couple of minutes we can listen to the presentation of keynote speaker.
Hello. Are you here for a class? But there, are you here for class?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a sign-in sheet on the table in the corner over there to the left.
I'll be. Yeah. And that's right. Yeah. Not today.
That's weird. We're in the same building.
Right, right. But I don't work today.
I haven't been here.
That's how we're doing.
I
Hi, how are you? Hi, Artemis.
Let's go for lunch.
You here.
Yeah, we have a lunch class.
Oh.
No. They don't clarify this.
They should not have the Zoom, but they want to show the slides on the Zoom. The speaker is on.
Now you're on fast. You're on fast. She gave me a cold latte. I've never had a cold.
What time do you come shop?
I'll be there, come say 10:30. Are you gonna be on campus? Just whenever, I'll be there all most of the day, so. Okay, just, you have classes tomorrow?
I do have classes tomorrow.
Okay, come in between your classes before, after.
Okay, but if anything, can I just bring it to you on Thursday? I'll miss you tomorrow. Like in class. Okay, thank you. You have a good day.
All right, you too.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure what?
I'm not so sure.
No, but.
I want to put this so that people can see the slides. The rest of the slides. Yeah.
So I will lay down. Oh, the virtual.
That's the women's. The women's is on this side. The men's is on this side. Do what?
So the virtual view?
Yeah.
You were gonna get lunch?
Sorry?
Lunch?
Oh, I do.
Yeah, like,
Oh, I have no idea.
I just want to say I made it.
They lost my bag. This program was approved in 2019, so it's fairly recent. So we are looking forward to have students in both places. The only slide I have about death as a computer scientist is this. I actually Googled, that's my best friend, and I found that journalists around the world face death penalty in still several countries. Can you see the first one there? It's a small font. I enlarge it as much as I can. It has 4 letters. It starts with I and it ends with run. Okay. So that's the connection with death penalty. My job as a computer scientist is to let them not get caught. The journalist should not get caught while sending a damaging article somewhere, or a poem the whatever leaders don't like. So this is actually a free legal, it's called Tor browser. It's based on the Onion router. It's actually not a joke. I can use it as a lunch if you eat everything. That's my whole lunch. This was actually, the idea came in mid-90s and was funded by DARPA in 1997. And later, Electronic Frontier Foundation decided to act like the fiscal sponsor for this project to continue to help the journalists, say, in China, Iran, or whatever country they have been in danger, to use that special browser dedicated to preserve anonymity. So I group like I do for my students, so you can eat, that's fine. There are 4 www.lamar.edu. That's visible. If you want to access a student record, that's deep web. It's FERPA violation if you display and say something. Okay? So just as examples, these are clarification I already mentioned. So visible, Internet Explorer, Firefox, Chrome, Safari. So these, they play fair. You see the address, be it secure or not, but you see it. Now, for the other ones, the dark ones, Tor, Freenet, Epic, and Opera. Okay? So definitions, that's like I teach my class. Lamar is an example of open web. Channel 12, they interviewed me back in November 2018. Deep web is used by U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, JSTOR, NASA, and all universities. They have to keep student records, basically. Dark web. So dark web has the address hidden, untraceable. That's essential in CS. Here are some examples. FBI caught them. They use for avoid transactions in a value of 214 million. Then they continue, and again, FBI needed like 2 years to caught them again. And then another one, Alpha found in 2014. They were better this time. They managed to survive 3 years until FBI caught them. And there is a longer list in that. It's updated every year. So basically, encrypted is the Freenet, Onion, Router, Opera, and Epic. I wouldn't Google too much. FBI may give you a phone call. You don't want that. But if you decide to have Tor installed on your laptop, don't use that laptop for anything else but that dark web. Because when you log in a visible one, because of cookies and other software installed there, it will reveal that you use it for Tor. So you don't want that. You have to stay a smart journalist and not get caught. So dark and deep means that you have untraceable and use a private web server. You don't use, so it has to be also the server dedicated just for dark web. Okay, so examples, country A spies on country B. I didn't say Ukraine, Russia, no, don't say that. For various reasons, nuclear, secret, whatever, political activists. So how does it operate? So it has a multi-layer manner like the onion metaphor. So suppose you want to send a secret private email to Boston. You know a friend in Houston that has a dedicated Tor, protecting. So you design the onion. Beaumont, Houston, first layer. Inside, you know he has a friend in Atlanta, Houston, Atlanta. Then inside Atlanta, New York, Boston. And the message is deep inside the onion, hidden. So you send the onion on the internet. The first layer is lost after reach the destination, so that your friend doesn't know it comes from you. That's the trust of onion. And then he does the same. He sends it to Atlanta. It is the Atlanta, the destination. So it's like the normal mail, except you cover the who sent it. The same stuff here. But imagine you put a letter inside another letter, okay? And you trust a friend, you open one letter and you send the rest. Don't open. So you let the onion send, it actually smells good. Anyway, so because of IP address, so that's what we did in CS. We need to make sure that the anonymity is preserved at each node. They have to be dedicated for that. Dark and deep. Okay, remember. All right, so that's my example. I already said I use Boston, and not because my daughter does PhD there, just to brag a little. Okay, so Zaki Tamana, our former office assistant, designed actually the onion. So with the examples of the cities I said, she forgot to put the message inside. So the message is actually in the middle of the onion. So these are disappearing along the way, okay, to preserve the anonymity. All right, so FDID said there are some rules when this is legal or not. For journalists, clearly, the software was designed to preserve and keep them alive. But for other things, you heard about cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, whatever. So they also use that. So those guys, hiding the transactions, they got caught, most of them. I don't know why. I'm not working at FBI, but some have connections. So maybe we can actually continue our cooperation. So, about the regime. So I heard this morning, Middle East and other regions. Again, my advice as a computer scientist, if you decide to go, just keep that laptop for that dark and deep. Don't use it for, let's see what is my bank account. No. Don't access public and private today and tomorrow. Okay? So conclusion, use Tor with caution. Like I said, you need to spend more money. And if you have children, supervise any internet activity, your kids in elementary school, because it starts I mean, the children are curious, Google, and they can actually install, they can find the tool, online, and then there might be some issues. Okay, do you have any questions? I prefer computer science questions. Don't ask me about death penalty too much. Anyone wants it's from the dining hall. I preserved one on my island, but I forgot it. So then I asked Paula, hey, bring me an onion.
I have a question.
Sure.
You are from Romania, yeah?
Mhm.
Did Russia invaded Romania yet?
No, but Ceausescu was freaking out, was so afraid of him. He moved the military service from after the
That was the
student
joke.
life before. So after I finished high school, I had to do military service and then become a university student. So basically, I'm prepared. Yeah. So he was
So
afraid
you
of
left the
Russia.
country?
Yeah, he's prepared that much.
Yeah, Lamar invited me, so I prefer to stay here, have onions.
Okay.
Okay, welcome. Thank you. So this works actually.
It was great to speak at the criminal justice crowd and not knowing anything about criminal justice.
Yes. It should work. Frank? You need to switch it on. That is oh, okay. Now it works. Yeah, after you package it on the quick.
Keeping the tradition of San Francisco life. Be healthy, eat healthy. Where we shouldn't have any meat. The last time. Yeah. It was strange. But it was not
Hello, my name is Dr. Margot Gabe, and I'm here to introduce our next speaker. And I want to say, I think it's wonderful that we've been invited here for the first conference on the death penalty, because as someone who teaches medical cannabis, and we still have people on death row in our country for cannabis, it's absurd. So conferences like this are wonderful, and especially when you compare that to Western Europe, where they don't have the death penalty. So it's with pleasure that I introduce Dr. Franklin Zimring. He is a William G. Simon Professor of Law at the University of California at Berkeley. The main focus of his scholarly career has been the empirical study of crime and the institutions of criminal law and juvenile justice. He is educated at Wayne State University and the University of Chicago. Professor Zimring became the only graduate of the Chicago Law School to be directly appointed to its faculty in 1967. His major book on the death penalty is The Contradictions of American Capital Punishment, published by Oxford University Press. So he's a very impressive scholar. I Googled him immediately. He wrote a very influential book on police killings, and someone like him is just absolutely wonderful to have at Lamar University. So please join me in welcoming.
Well, I hope that the cheerful sincerity of that introduction survives my presentation. The title of which is The Long Goodbye of State Execution in the American Federal System. That is what they call in comedic circles a bad news, good news joke. The good news is the goodbye for capital punishment in the American federal system. The bad news is the long part. It does have certain collateral benefits. It keeps a lot of us, including your current speaker, employed and motivated. There is, in that sense, at least for lawyers, something terribly inspiring about capital punishment in the United States in the 21st century. There is a temporal dissonance that suggests for those of you, the younger of you at the tables, that there are reasons to stay in this business and to stay motivated. That said, it's been a pretty difficult era for capital punishment in the United States since the dawn of the 21st century. Efforts to revive executions, even with the invitation of a permissive federal Supreme Court, have never inspired enthusiasm beyond the borders of traditional execution belt states, like the host state of this conference. And they're important influences in the political life of state governments nowhere. If you want to run for governor of Texas, you better find a better issue. I don't care which party. Because no matter your political party, you picked the wrong century. The annual volume of executions has dropped by almost 90% in the 2 decades since the turn of the 21st century. There were 85 executions in 2000. There were 11 in 2021. And of those 11 executions, 3 of them were conducted by the federal government. So that what we're talking about is being able to count, despite the great number of states retaining capital punishment in the United States, the number of executions in a very big country on your fingers without using your toes. That isn't ideal, boy, is that progress for those of us who've lived as long as I have in this country. And that kind of radical shrinkage wasn't expected to happen in the political environment that we've all occupied in the last quarter century in this country. Now, many of the states that have erased their death penalties in this last quarter century were rejecting hollow, costly systems that produced some death sentences, but few or zero executions. Places like New York, New Jersey, New Mexico, and Colorado. But 4 states with significant modern execution histories, Virginia, Illinois, Washington, and Delaware, have also joined the official retreat from state killing. And the state with the largest death row by far in the United States, my home state of California, has a governor-declared moratorium. And the interesting thing, the political miracle, is that there was a recall campaign against the governor in 2021, and nobody even mentioned his governor-declared moratorium. It wasn't on the list of significant complaints. That, ladies and gentlemen, as a longtime student of California politics, I can assure you, is an indication of substantial civilization progress. Now, the growing hostility of other developed nations to capital punishment, we used to say the hostility of other Western developed nations to capital punishment, but that hostility has now spread well beyond the traditional provinces of Western nations, has also taken its toll on the public image of executions. It restrains foreign firms from supplying pharmaceutical products used for executions by lethal injection. Remember, that was supposed to be high-tech and civilized. Now we found out that high-tech and civilized are not synonymous ideas. For almost a generation, the public relations motive of lethal injections was to reassure Americans that state killing methods could be modern and humane. This was the new, improved method of putting the unwilling to death. Well, that was always a lie, but it turned out that public knowledge caught up with the falsehood in almost record-breaking time for American myths associated with capital punishment. Putting people to death is a messy, unpredictable, and disgusting operation, and this is pretty widely known in American politics. The number of death sentences and executions has dropped very substantially in that small minority of southern and border states that have persisted in executions in the 21st century. State death sentences are on the screen. And state executions from 2000 to 2022. So this is all very recent history. go from a small number to an impossibly tiny number. Remember that your denominator here, in terms of criminal charges or criminal convictions in this great country of ours, is in the millions. Executions in America aren't even the tip of a pin. Now, so far I've been talking about the United States of America. I don't want to quite change the subject. I want to talk about Texas. Texas alone conducted 40 executions in 2000. That wasn't so long ago. I was already middle-aged. But that's substantially more than the 11 executions in the entire American nation in 2021. If state execution were a wild animal, it would be on the endangered species list. Only 7 of the 50 American states and the federal government have conducted an execution in the era of COVID since 2020. So, if that sounds like inactivity, let's discuss the legal system and capital punishment by contrast. Legal struggles about the death penalty remain a multi-billion-dollar public expense in federal and state courts. And there are more than 2,400 persons still on death row somewhere in the United States. Many of them in states such as my home state of California, which hasn't executed anybody in over 16 years. Whatever else death penalty jurisprudence is in the America of the 21st century, it certainly lacks sincerity. It is formalized and ritualized and closer to an artifact of ritual dance than it is to criminal justice punishment. But it's a deadly dance for a very few people in a very unprincipled way. And the good news for a lot of the participants in this conference is that it's a very expensive process. Prosecutions and legal appeals in death cases are frighteningly expensive, as they should be. And one motive for eliminating the death penalty option in many states has been its high cost and no apparent benefits. If you want to abolish the death penalty, hire accountants. So it's been a peculiar mix of high moral principles and practical pecuniary concerns that has finally resolved the political stalemate in a growing number of American states. So, okay, it's 2022. Here are the two puzzles. Capital punishment this afternoon that I want to pursue. Why do executions persist in this country? We don't have many, but we still have them. And why so few? Why doesn't Texas, side of this conference, execute 40 people in 2022? It did in 2000. And for those of my age, that wasn't so long ago. Texas has the same legal structure. But from 40 in 2000, it executed 3 in 2021. And Texas, in that respect, for states retaining with any degree of sincerity capital punishment, is typical rather than unrepresentative of the American nation we live in 2022. So, how translate those numbers into a substantive portrait of the death penalty in the American nation on the date of this conference? The news in 2022 is this: the American experiment with capital punishment in a modern due process democracy is a demonstrated failure. What we now know is not that capital punishment is in danger of failing, but rather that it has already failed, and its failure is widely acknowledged. The evidence of failure can be observed in 2 aspects of current expert and public opinion. First, and this is already late enough in the conference, so this is not going to come as news to you, everybody agrees that the current circumstances of capital punishment in the United States are a mess. Trials and appeals take forever and often lead nowhere. Serious legal errors are epidemic in capital trials, and patterns of selection between life and death are haphazard and arbitrary. It doesn't matter whether you're talking to prosecutors or defense attorneys, at least 2/3 of the way through the cocktail hour. It doesn't matter whether you're talking in the South or in the North. Everybody has bad things to say about the status quo of the death penalty in American life in the year of our Lord 2022. Even more discouraging, at those same cocktail hours, nobody has any plausible ideas, at least until they're very drunk, about what might reform the system to promote justice and efficiency. Speeding the system up increases errors, provoking an epidemic of sentencing the factually innocent to die. Those who must defend the current laws and the death sentences they produce are usually only playing defense. Of course, that's what we teach them in law school, rather than trying to draft better laws to isolate the offenses that might plausibly deserve the sentence of death. Nobody seems to be offering a course in that. Not even here. The professionals we hire to administer the system spend their full time trying to justify the rather shabby collection of laws that were assembled in some haste in response to Supreme Court opinions that finally required some legal standards were necessary to sustain death penalties. So almost everybody agrees that the current systems that persist in the United States are an expensive and unprincipled failure. But I think we're probably late enough in this conference so that we also know that nobody, and that certainly includes the luncheon speaker, has any realistic plan B to reform the current mess with anything other than an oration. So this is a pretty extraordinary moment in the epic struggle for state killing in American history. We are, when history looks back at 2022, beginning the end game for capital punishment in the United States. That's the good news. Are you ready for the bad news? Nobody knows the length of this last stage of the struggle or the acts of government that are going to bring the failed system to a close. That's why people instead hold conferences like this. Well, lunch is nice. The conference is nice. The map ain't too clear. Except, what we do know is that the death penalty won't go quietly in the United States, but that the extra time, resources, and needless bloodshed that remains is much more a function of the penal powers granted to provincial governments in the United States than to any public affection which is peculiarly American for executions. If you ask questions about sentiments toward execution of prisoners in England or France, you get pretty similar answers than in Texas and California and Vermont. In most nations, it's the national government that decides on the most serious punishments for crime and carries them out. So that places like England, France, and Germany could abolish the death penalty as a single decision and as a national decision. This is also true in all or almost all Asian nations. The United States, however, has 52 different criminal codes, 50 state jurisdictions, the federal government, and the military. The federal government does have its own death penalty on the books, but until recently, that has been a minuscule part of the American execution story. And with any luck, it will return to that status forthwith. Although the federal government conducted 13 executions under President Trump, there have been only 50 executions by the federal government in the past century. So what that pattern essentially established is the political nature of governmental decisions to execute. That wasn't an accident, but it also wasn't an exercise of criminal justice. And it's also not the future. It is a few state governments in the South that will maintain and mount the executioner's last stand in the United States. And it is no accident that this conference is held in the state of Texas, or that many of us were enthusiastic to attend it. It is a few governments in the South that will mount the executioner's last stand, and their persistence has been reinforced by a national Supreme Court that is reluctant to impose national standards of restraint until state killing is a more obvious deviation from the national political morality of the American nation. The court has been reluctant to embrace the importance of other developed nations in determining civilized standards. And the reason for that is result orientation. We've run out of developed nations to create anything semblance of a two-sided analysis. So instead, what we plead is for American exceptionalism. Texas can only be compared to Nebraska in the modern world. Or perhaps North Carolina. But I don't know. Maybe you better worry about North Carolina if you want to do that. The court has been reluctant to embrace the importance of other developed nations in determining civilized standards because the answer has become increasingly obvious over the passage of time. But at some point, it is the shrinking American tolerance for state executions. We don't conduct executions in this nation of 330 million as a matter of fingers and toes each year in the United States. We have fast approached the area where fingers alone will take a national census. At some point pretty soon, with some trepidation and political nervousness, The shrinking American tolerance for state execution in practice will provoke the federal Supreme Court to finally close the curtain by invoking the Eighth Amendment. The good news as of 2022 is that the question is no longer whether, but when. But the uncertainty that provokes these discussions and makes them necessary, that makes the convocation of a conference like this both necessary and important, is that the when and the how of an important next step in American national destiny is still a set of open questions and possibilities. I hope to be alive and well when Lamar invites me to a conference on the history of the death penalty in America. I'll try and eat properly and exercise.
Sir, yes, Zimring, I couldn't help but think in my early days of starting to teach about the death penalty in 1994, 1995, when Harry Blackman, in the dissent in Cowens versus Collins, talked about the fact that the death penalty experiment has failed. We have already tried everything to make it work. And what the court, he said in his opinion, and I know you bet this better than I do, he set up and said that the court said, on the one hand, we have to have fairness, and on the other hand, we have to have consistency. And we have not been able to do any of those, and the system is broken. They had their chance in 1995. It's 27 years later. Is it going to be another 27 years before some member of the court steps up to say that clearly and to reemphasize what we've known to be true about the death penalty?
Well, there's good news and bad news. The good news is, no, it won't be 27 more years. And the bad news is that I can't tell you whether it's going to be in majority or dissent. But, I mean, that is at this point what I would regard jurisprudentially as a well-known secret. Everybody knows that death penalty jurisprudence is an intellectual mess. And that isn't a recent news bulletin either. So, if you take what is the most momentous legal decision-making process in the American legal system, and you allow criteria and distinctions which are messy beyond justification. If you have essentially sanctioned a jurisprudence that is upheld by constitutional courts holding their noses and knowing they're holding. I mean, that's not a secret. And that's not something that is only known to jurisprudence of the left. You can hear it at a conference from jurisprudence of the right. It is The life and death decisions in this process have been granted an immunity from rational discussion because of widespread acknowledgement that they're beyond reason. So, the only important question there, linguistically, for conferences like this, is not if, but when. And in a funny sense, the how part of that, the reasoning or rationale, is not difficult or even central to the decision. The decision is yes or no. And I love it to subscribe in a one-word jurisprudence. And so for abolition, yes. Thank you very much. Oh, sure. Very, but yeah, it's a very serious issue. You've asked the question, you're going to get an answer. Okay.
So there is one aspect of American exceptionalism that might be used in defense of prolonging capital punishment, and that's mass shootings. And one of the things that makes America somewhat exceptional is its guns, the pervasiveness of guns. And I'm wondering if that might be an argument that holds on to this idea that we still keep capital punishment for mass shootings or even incidents of terrorism. How would you respond to that?
Now, what makes that into a hazardous question is that you ask that of a law teacher. And you know what happens in dialogues between law students and law teachers when law students ask questions like that. They get answered with questions. Look, there are so many motives for resisting abolition change. But let me change the subject for you. How many states do you know? Because we have an awful lot of states that don't have capital punishment in the United States. How many of them have instituted capital punishment systems lately? And I think the answer is none. But why is that? They don't have murders? No, but what does that have to do with? What does predict not only the presence of capital statutes in American states, but also the presence of active prosecutions in American states? And what predicts executions? And the answer in the immortal words of Fiddler on the Roof is tradition. What sustains state execution where it is sustained in the United States is tradition. Well, they might as well dance around the ceremony. murder is a problem in a lot of states that don't have the death penalties and don't institute. The only thing which predicts behavior in American states is historic behavior. That not only describes what we're doing, but it's a pretty powerful cue about why we're doing it, where we're doing it, as well as why we're not doing it, where we're not doing it. And that's important, not merely as a kind of a political understanding of the topic, but also as a jurisprudential one. Because if the question is state tradition as a justification for putting people to death, I'd love to see the Supreme Court of the United States honestly confront that question under the Eighth Amendment and decide in the affirmative that that alone is sufficient justification for the practice. I yield to no one in my skepticism about the United States Supreme Court. And I think that that would be a hard opinion for any justice to be assigned to write. Fiddler on the Roof notwithstanding, there are limits to tradition as an explanation for matters of life and death in a civilized society dedicated to the rule of law. End of sermon.
So, would you attribute the decline of executions to can you attribute the decline in executions, number one, to see a dramatic drop after 2019?
I really do think if you can't do the mic, then both approach me and yell at me. Both are.
Would you attribute the decline in executions to the decline in crime drop since the 1990s, as well as you can see, COVID after COVID-19? You see a dramatic drop. Would you attribute that to the decline, or would you attribute policies?
Well, it can't be to the decline in crime, can it? There's very few capital crimes, and if you're going to take homicide, you really want to draw a straight line across most of that. And we have 20,000 homicides a year in the United States. And we've had about 20,000 homicides a year in the United States since before you were anything other than a good idea. So something else has changed. And what has changed is both the country and the legal system. And our capacity to either tolerate or find some way to avoid recognizing what we're doing. And one of the things about the death penalty and executions in the United States is while the number of executions have not gone down, the visibility of executions as a practice and the sense of deviation and deviance that comes from the public consumption of the news has increased over time. So it is at this point probably impossible to hold yourself out authentically as a progressive governor in a state, any American state, as a progressive governor and embrace execution policy. You gotta choose or move. Let the record show those remarks were delivered in Beaumont.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Zimring. We all enjoy your presentation as usual, and that it reminds me the first class I took on death penalty with you in 2004, and it was my first semester in the United States, and that class inspired me to do more research in the field of death penalty. Thank you, Dr. Zimring.
Thank you.
We continue the panels in Plummer Room and Lamar Room. We are going to have panel 2A in Plummer Room and panel 2B in Lamar Room. Thank you.
So we are down here, right?
Yeah,
We need
you're
for
going
that
back.
okay.
But no problem. You know you are, it's mandated. When it comes to me, it's mandated.
How long? Oh, I should.
And one interview. They're not here. Yeah, they're in Lamar.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just here.
And we have this panel, just the moderator is here. All the panelists are coming via Zoom. So
Okay.
yeah, two of them are already there, Sergey and Hakan, and we are waiting for others to join. Let me see if we accept it.
Why is everybody doing that?
Regarde, Michel, là, comment ça se passe, ça te prévoit de ce qui va tomber dessus.
Good afternoon. We start our second panel in summary, panel 2A. This panel is mainly about abolition of death penalty in European countries, and our moderator is my great friend. He came all the way from France to join us, to be with us in Beaumont, Texas. Rafael Shannon, Executive Director of ECPN, Together Against the Death Penalty, and President and founder of PDH, French Platform for Human Rights. ECPN
Thank you, Sana. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. I'm very pleased to be here in Texas, in Berkeley, Texas, to discuss about abolition of death penalty strategies. And for this panel, this is interesting because we are going to have an overview on three different regions where we had in the past strong achievements on the fight against death penalty, especially in Europe, in Australia, and in South America, where all these three continents or regions are almost free of death penalty. So we have very interesting speakers who are going to present the abolitionist mechanism in different countries from these regions. I'm very interested to understand from their speech how the differences in all these abolitionist movements, but as well the similarities from all over Europe or South America to conduct to the abolition of death penalty. Our first panelist is coming from, represents the Council of Europe. And Council of Europe is one of the main bodies who lead the abolitionist movement in Europe. So I'm very pleased to welcome Sergei Dickman, Head of Innovation of Development Unit and focal point on the death penalty matters at the Directorate General of Human Rights and Rule of Law at the Council of Europe. Sergei, please. Wait, Sergei, you do not have yet the sound. Your mic is not open. Yes, please.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Rafa, it's great to have you here, and I would like to thank you to the organizers and Professor for having invited at this panel. And generally, the part of the conference is quite late here in Europe, but still it's amazing to see that there's such an interest in the issue of the abolition of the death penalty. And, of course, here in Europe, we follow the United States, and I would say more that it is not being followed by people who are very much interested in subject matter, but also at the institutional level and institutions which I represent, the Council of Europe, at the level of the Secretary General and the Committee of Ministers. We closely follow all the trends and events related to the abolition or rather the execution of the death penalty in the United States. And actually last year, when there was an announcement by President Biden that it would be the work done towards the abolition of a revision of all the death sentences issued at the federal level. That was welcomed in the special resolution of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Now, since I don't have much time and I can speak for half a day easily on what the Council of Europe did to abolish death penalty in Europe, I would rather focus on the approaches which have been used, which lay before the abolitionist movement in Europe and which have been developed by the European Court of Human Rights, and then say a few words of what the Council of Europe is doing politically now to encourage the abolition of the death penalty worldwide in countries which have not yet done so outside Europe. I have prepared a small PowerPoint presentation. I will try to share the screen now. I hope it will work. Yeah. I don't know if you could see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah. So basically, this slide is the logo of the campaign against the death penalty, which is being run by the Council of Europe last several years, and every day in October we mark the day against the World Day against the death penalty, sometimes together with the European Union. And we also cooperate and encourage participation in this day of all actors, governmental and non-governmental, who are engaged in the abolition, including the ECPN, and we cooperate a lot with Rafael on that matter. So first of all, this is the Council of Europe space. So you can take out now the right upper right corner, which is Russian Federation, which is not the member of the organization since 16th of March this year because of its invasion of Ukraine. But the rest is still valid. You can see that this is the whole Europe in broader sense. It includes what we call Eastern and Central and Western Europe, where everywhere that penalty is abolished or not applied, with the only red spot being Belarus. The state of Belarus is the only country which is located geographically in Europe, which still applies that penalty and not only issues sentences, but actually executes people, not so many, but 2-3 convicts a year, more or less. That is the rate based executions. The Russian Federation, which is actually officially until September it's still a party to the European Convention on Human Rights, has a moratorium on executions, while the death penalty is still in the law, in the criminal code. It cannot be applied according to the decision of the Constitutional Court, which back in 2009 said that because the death penalty cannot be used.
Maybe could you change the slide because we cannot follow with you?
Yeah.
The slide
is it moving?
No, it's still on the first slide. Only
reading. I do change. Maybe it's something that's
follow with you your PowerPoint. You need to.
Well, apologies. I will.
It's free.
In my screen. I see the slides are changing. Okay, maybe I will now.
It's good now. We can see the map.
Okay, the map. Good. So you see that's the map I was talking about. The work towards the abolition of the death penalty in Europe started obviously with the European Convention on Human Rights, which was adopted, which is the core document of the Council of Europe, the document on the basis of which the European Court of Human Rights operates. Can you see now the slide of the convention?
Recording in progress.
Yes. Good. Yes, we can. So you can see that Article 2 of the Convention protects the right to life, and the original wording says that everyone's rights shall be protected by law, no one shall be deprived his life intentionally, save in the execution of a sentence of a court following his conviction of a crime, which is penalty provided by law. So basically, the original wording of the Convention allowed for the death penalty, and back in the 50s and in the 60s, it was widely applied in multiple European countries. Since the trend towards abolition started moving on, and many countries abolishing the death penalty because of their own will, because of the change in public opinion. One of the latest countries in the Western Europe actually being France, which has already been mentioned today, that it abolished the death penalty in 1981. And until that, the executions were carried out by a guillotine, by basically beheading. In 1981, it was abolished by a single act of the government. It was the initiative of the then Justice Minister there, and that was typically brought as an example of in all the debates that one government cannot abolish the death penalty while the public still supports it. Basically, back in 1981. Nobody held a referendum in France, and that was basically an act which probably went against since the decision was taken, that penalty was abolished, and there was never returned to the practice since then. And soon after the abolishment of the death penalty in France in 1983, a protocol to the convention, to the European Convention, was adopted, protocol number 6. And we need to say that the European Convention, the text of the convention, needs to be adopted by additional protocols which have to be approved by all the member states of the organization. So basically, this is the protocol which was optional. Back then, it was not mandatory for all member states to sign and ratify it, but it basically abolished the death penalty, which said in Article 1 that the death penalty shall be abolished and no one shall be condemned to such penalty or executed, with the exception of the death penalty in time of war or of imminent threat of war. So that was an important exception. And finally, the next step to the abolition the legal text was taken in 2002 when the next protocol, Protocol 13 to the convention, was adopted, which effectively abolished the death penalty in all circumstances. So for today, Protocol 13, which abolishes the death penalty in all circumstances, was ratified by 45 member states, with only one country, Armenia, which has not yet ratified. Interestingly, Protocol 6 to the convention has been signed and ratified by all member states, even those new countries who joined the Council of Europe in 2000s, except for Russia. Russia never signed the protocol, but it never ratified it for whatever political reasons, and every time a different justification was being brought. So this was the kind of the legal background, but now how the European Court of Human Rights looked into the thing. First of all, it considered that the death penalty practice was evolving. It considered that the death penalty could not be, since Europe does not apply the death penalty, no European citizen can be extradited to a country where death penalty is being applied. And one of the most first cases on the matter, a very famous case, concerned extradition to the United States, in the case of Zimring versus UK. Case concerned a couple which committed a murder on American soil, and then they escaped the UK, and was one of the persons was actually a British national, and the person was detained in the UK, and the US demanded an extradition, and when the case reached the European Court formulated that it cannot be, was application of the non-refoulement principle, that it cannot be extradited to the US because of the practice of a lengthy death row. And back then, recall in 1988, death penalty was not outlawed completely in Europe. But the death row, according to the European Court, considered a serious mental suffering, and therefore it could have been a violation of Article 3 of the European Convention on Human Rights, which prohibited inhuman and degrading treatment and torture. So this application of Article 3 of the Convention in relation to the death penalty continued afterwards. And the European Court has been since then quite consistent in that. Only it developed its reasoning, its rationale for the application of Article 3 Convention, Article 1 non-refoulement cases. For example, in a case which happened 20 years after, in 2008, a very famous case, also Brun and Gucci versus the United Kingdom, which concerned the handing over of Iraqi nationals who were in the hands of UK troops to the Iraqi government after the war, and faced an execution there. The European Court found that such handing over would be a violation of Article 3 of the European Convention, because the death penalty, which they could have faced in Iraq, involved the deliberate and premeditated destruction of a human being by the state authorities, causing physical pain and intense psychological suffering as a result of the foreknowledge of death. And so it's, you see, it's an extension of the reasoning in certain case. So that, in the view of the European Court, is a violation of Article 3 of the Convention on Human and Degrading Treatment. Likewise, the mere transfer or handing over of a person to a state where he could have faced the death penalty as such violate Article 2 of the Convention for Prohibition of Right to Life. And for example, in case of Al-Nashiri versus Poland, and a similar case was by the same applicant against Romania, it concerned the CIA detention sites in Europe and the further transfer of these people to Guantanamo. The European Court considered that the European countries who handed over these people to the CIA were responsible for violation of European Convention on Human Rights. And also one to mention in this respect, a case Öcalan versus Turkey. You know, Abdullah Öcalan is the leader of the Turkish workers, of the Kurdish Workers' Party, PKK, who is serving a life sentence in Turkey. And back when he was first arrested, he could have faced the death penalty because Turkey back then did not ratify Protocol 6 to the convention. And the European Court concluded that the whole evolution and the European consensus and the evolution of the practice towards abolition of the death penalty indicated that, in fact, the death penalty is abolished in the sense of European Convention of Human Rights in law and in practice. So, okay, this was. Can you put it through? Yes. So basically, that was the practice of the European Court, which shaped the choices of Europe towards abolition. At political level, the Parliamentary Assembly, the statutory body of the Council of Europe, is paying much attention to the abolitionist movement and to the practice of, first of all the Council of Europe observer states, which apply the death penalty, notably the United States and Japan. The Committee of Ministers, the political body of the Council of Europe, twice a year holds the exchange of view on the abolition of the death penalty in countries where the Council of Europe holds its operations outside the Council of Europe space. And one important document I need to mention, which was adopted last year, is the recommendation of the Committee of Ministers on measures against the trade in goods used for the death penalty, torture, and other cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment or punishment, which concerns also medical substances used for example, lethal injections. And this recommendation encourages all European manufacturers to avoid any trade of such goods with countries which apply that penalty. I will conclude here, and I will be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Sergey. Thank you to highlight the fundamental role of the Council of Europe, not only among the European nations, but as well with all the observatory members like the US or Japan, or at the neighborhood, with your neighborhood strategy with Tunisia, Jordan, or some other countries. I would be interested during the Q&A session to have your feedback about the current situation with the withdrawal of Russia from the Council of Europe and the potential consequences on the death penalty that we will discuss later on during the Q&A session. The next speaker is Dr. Patricia Stewart-Mattison, attorney at law in Germany, and she's going to present the abolition of death penalty in Germany. And I would like to remind to all of you that Berlin will host the next World Congress Against Death Penalty that we organize at the end of this year, from 15th to 18th of November in Berlin. You are all invited. you are all welcome to attend to the World Congress, who will have more than 1,500 delegates from all over the world. So I think you have to be in Berlin in November. Dr. Stuart Mathisen, it's your turn.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you.
I am very glad technique is working. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this conference. I am a legal practitioner in Germany, where the death penalty was abandoned decades ago right after the terror regime of the Nazis in World War II. But in the next 10 minutes, I'd like to invite you to a tour of the German history in the context of the death penalty. It is an interesting fact that one of the main reasons for the death penalty in medieval Europe was the attempt of getting a grip on family feuds or vendettas, which often got out of control and then ended in many killings. By an official prosecution, the need for review was supposed to be undermined. In Europe, the larger discussion to abolish the death penalty started in the 18th century. Anyhow, the socialist and independent socialist parties in the Weimar Republic in the early 20th century even failed the majority to abandon the death penalty. So it remained as a punishment for first-degree murder, espionage, and treason. Between 1919 and 1932, there were 1,141 death penalty convictions, but resulting in only 184 executions. It is noteworthy in this context that left-wing crimes more often led to death penalty than right-wing crimes. However, many general attorneys opted to indict a crime rather as a second-degree murder than first-degree murder, therefore avoiding the capital punishment. After the erroneous execution of one Josef Jakubowski, who was falsely convicted for the killing of his child and then decapitated, the votes for abandoning the death penalty got louder, and the socialist parties kept on trying to reach this goal. But in the end, they were unsuccessful due to the more and more powerful growing NSDAP, Hitler's party in the end. The brutalization of the society after World War I was perceptible, and the general crime rates were increasing due to poverty, which was used as a pretext to show that capital punishment is necessary in order to preserve the legal order. At the same time, though, the jurisprudence clearly stated that the statistics do not carry that assumption, and that the death penalty is not necessary to preserve the legal order. The rise of the Nazis led to a manifestation of the death penalty, unfortunately, in the Reichsstrafgesetzbuch, which was the criminal code of the Weimar Republic, and later in the Third Reich. Individual laws followed. Hitler stated early on in his book Mein Kampf that the elective use of the death penalty and the weak and inconsequent exercise of military laws led to the decline of World War I. It didn't take long until new offenses like the conscientious objection to the military service, as well as being a slave shooting, which I assume translates as being a public test, as well as many other new offenses that the Nazis invented carried the death penalty, especially for people, of course, in any way opposing the ideology of Adolf Hitler and his Nazi party. The perfidy of the new law was that, against the Constitution at the time and against now, the new regulations were retrospectively enforced, meaning that one can today be sentenced to death for something he or she did yesterday, although it was not even an offense at the time committed. Hans Frank, Hitler's attorney and highest jurist in the Third Reich, proclaimed the ruthless enforcement of the death penalty as one of the highest achievements of the NS system. Later on, the purification death penalty, what was called, was bound into law, which was supposed to be used against dangerous habitual criminals and sex offenders. The boundaries were more and more blurry, and there was sufficient justification for a death sentence if there was a need of atonement or for the protection of the community. In addition to retaliation and prevention, the annihilation of the inferior offender, so they called it, was an official goal of the death penalty system. During the Nazi dictatorship, there were, in addition to first-degree murder, 77 new offenses carrying the death penalty as a common law penalty. By 1944, the death penalty was imposed for the commitment of any crime, regardless of how minor it was. The judge, we do not have a jury system here, deemed it as a violation of the gesunde Volksvernunft, which roughly translates as a violation of the healthy state of mind or common sense, whatever that meant at the time. The absolute numbers of death sentences during the FS dictatorship are unknown. But according to the official statistics, there were more than 60,500 death sentences between 1933 and 1945, more than 12,000 being executed. In addition, it is assumed that there were more than 20,000 further convictions by military courts, and historians assume that during the NS era, more than 33,000 people were sentenced to death, and then 90% were actually executed. While the modus operandi in the concentration camps were death by the gas chambers or in the next shop facility, the judicial sentences were carried out by guillotine, by friends, or by hanging. In some cases, for example, in regards to treason or in the failed assassination of Adolf Hitler, he himself ordered many offenders to be hanged in a new book using piano strings as roots. Those special executions were filmed in order to declare the community. Due to the limited time frame of this presentation, unfortunately, I cannot go any deeper into the topic of the death penalty during the NS dictatorship, especially since the topic today is focused on Germany and not specifically on the Third Reich. Anyhow, this little excursion into Nazi history was necessary in order to fully understand where we were coming from after World War II when abolishing the death penalty. So much blood was shed and millions of people were killed by the hands of German officials. There was a broad understanding in 1945 that nobody shall ever be sentenced to death in German law ever again. Therefore, our founding fathers, call that, after World War II, abandoned the death penalty without exception with the enactment of the German Grundgesetz, which is our constitution, on May 23rd, 1949. The official commentary or explanation was short, and in the light of World War II, it didn't have to be set forth in detail. The execution of the death penalty is a violation of human dignity, and therefore has to be abandoned. Now only the serious crime of first-degree murder carries even a sentence of lifetime in prison. Please note in this context that we do not sentence multiple life terms. To the contrary, a lifetime prison sentence is reviewed after 15 years, and the prisoners will be released from jail if the evaluation shows that they are no danger to society anymore, and casually speaking, if they have learned the lesson. Therefore, actually, only few people really spend their whole life in prison. I am afraid I need to come to an end soon with this presentation already, and since there's no time to discuss my final thought in detail, I would like to conclude with an open assumption. I assume the recipients of this presentation are familiar with the penal theories. As someone who studied law as well as in Germany as in the United States, I had many discussions with fellow students and legal scholars and colleagues, and it was my general impression that Germany gives more focus, with more emphasis on the special prevention, rehabilitation of the criminal, meaning to focus on giving the individual an opportunity, and to say a real chance to be a success outside prison without breaking the law. For example, by enabling education or finding appropriate jobs, even during the prison sentence. The US, however, seems to have the main focus on retaliation and general prevention, which kind of opposes the thought of keeping individuals out of prison and not reacting with an eye for an eye. But then again, it is also my impression that there's many more extremely violent and unpredictable criminals in the US, which might be an explanation why there is a loud voice for retaliation and general prevention. But like I said, this can be a very interesting topic for another presentation, maybe one day. And today I would like to thank you very much for your attention. I hope my words and remarks have answered the questions that you familiar, and of course I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia, to highlight the abolitionist process in Germany linked with the Nazi period and the new era for Germany after the war. Since very few years, Germany became one of the leaders of the top abolitionist government and states who highlights the abolition of death penalty worldwide. And that's why they decide to host the next World Congress. And I'm pretty sure, Patricia, I will meet you in Berlin in November. I would like to let the floor to Dr. Hakan Can, former Chief Superintendent at the Turkish National Police, TNP, and Professor of Criminal Justice at the Pennsylvania State University, to highlight the situation of the death penalty and its abolition in Turkey. Dr. Hakan Can, what is the situation now in Turkey? Recently, in the last years, Erdogan called to reintroduce the death penalty after abolition, as Sergei Dickman mentioned already in his presentation, linked with the candidacy of Turkey to the EU, as well linked to the very famous case of Öcalan, the Kurdish representative. Dr. Hakan Can, it's your turn. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me over. And yes, my presentation actually designed to answer all those questions for you. Yes, I was a police chief there, and thanks to Sergei's, program actually in the European Commission, that's how I end up coming here and doing my master's and PhD in the United States. European Commission actually had a program called Peace and Human Rights 2000, which funded me to come here. So thank you for that. Well, I'm just going to talk about a little bit on evolution of death penalty in Turkey, but I also want to mention briefly a sociological approach to that. And I will carry some, the points to tell you why death penalty, even though people are afraid that it's going to come back, but I'm 100% sure that it's not come back in Turkey. I'm very optimistic on that one, and I'll try to explain to you why. So my point is, well, of course, it's not like Patricia that's talking about like way beyond, Turkish Republic now. You go to Ottoman Empire, and I have to go back to when they first get into Asia Minor in 1000. So, and then Ottoman Empire took over in 1300s, and then all the way to the 21st century, 20th century. But I'm just going to talk about modern Turkey on this point. So it's actually started in 1923, and capital punishment in Turkey was actually carried out in 588 times during that time, till 1984. So starting with October 1984, actually nobody had been executed in Turkey, even though that penalty abolished like a decade later. All right. So, but there's some strange things going on in Turkey, even though if you go back to Ottoman Empire, you can see it. So, especially in Asia Minor part of Ottoman Empire, there's actually executions are not really common. Yes, the main punishments are common. Hammurabi laws actually applied in Turkey quite a long time, but unfortunately, in that sense, those things fortunately limited to, only like chopping in the hands, something like that, but not executing anybody. However, what happened in the Ottoman Empire and also carried to modern Turkey is actually those things, executions happen usually after military interventions. But in modern Turkey, it was called a coup. But before that, it was whenever Ottoman Empire actually lost a territory or lost a war or some other, political reasons that they lost power somewhere. So then executions happen in capital Istanbul, especially public executions, that's very inhumane way. But following 1980 coup, so like 80 to 84, total 50 men, I just quickly said that, no woman were executed during that time, only 50 men, including 27 of them are actually political activists. So, and then the rest of them were already imposed death penalty, but they were executed like last decade or so, and then they start like executing during that time for 4 years. So, and then, there are 24 articles actually in Turkish code, penal code, but I just want to mention what is this penal code of Turkey coming from? Well, when new republic was established, actually, the founder, Atatürk, was actually sent a group of people, scientists, to different European countries to understand their, laws and regulations. And most of them actually go to Switzerland. But there was some issue in Switzerland with penal code, so they actually adopted technology. Of course, there's a technology coming from Italy, so they end up in Italy. So Turkish penal code is actually implemented in 1926. It's very similar to Italian penal code. So, and provided roughly 24 articles, the mandatory death penalty, 19 of them the crimes against state, government, and constitution, and military, and another 10 for criminal offenses like murder and rape. And those 24 articles define in total 9 offenses. So, and the law, 1471, was actually implemented in 2002. Well, death penalty suddenly abolished. Of course, this is only for peacetime offenses. And I totally forget about putting here that military penal code is actually separate to this one. And then whenever they come up with this 2002 abolishment, so they only covered for civil law, Turkish penal code, not the military penal code. So, but the law 5218 was actually in 2004 abolished death penalty for all other crimes. Now, I'm just going to talk about that, how, okay, I'm just going to talk about that historical development of this. Even though Sergey mentioned many of them about European tradition, but I want to tell you how Turkey actually gets involved in it. Of course, personally, I'm really grateful to European Union or like European Commission in that sense for their inclusivity. They see that Turkey as a country, not in the Middle East, but very similar to Western nations. That's why they try to help Turkey to get involved and then follow their lead. So that actually made Turkey to realize this way earlier than their abolition. All right. So Turkey abolished that penalty, like I said, in 2002. Turkish Parliament passed this law and then abolished the first part, the peacetime offenses, and then later and then abolished all their penalties. And then 2006 ratified the second optional protocol for the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming the abolition of that penalty, which was actually adopted and proclaimed by the UN General Assembly in 1989. And protocol immediately went into effect in Turkey on 24 October 2006. Also in 2006, Sergey mentioned that the European Commission had the Protocol 13 of the European Convention on Human Rights. So that prohibits the death penalty in all circumstances without reservation and derogations. So So overseen by the Council of Europe, so Turkey actually ratified that in February 2006. So, now as a country of Turkey has ratified the most fundamental, protocols of the United Nations and Council of Europe, human rights system, the very of these protocols to be stepping out of the human rights system and becoming a full exactly on the international scene. So basically, the question was, can Turkey able to bring that penalty back after 2000, especially 2016 attempt of a new coup? So now we know that in international law that agreements must be kept. So it's a fundamental principle of international law. So no deviations from this principle can be allowed. So that's how Turkish government is actually, even though time to time they come up and make political statements, but that's what they know and they believe. But again, this is really important for all European countries that actually keeping Turkey in this inclusive, situation to helping them. So sometimes people say, "Oh yeah, if they're not going to accept us in the European Union, why we are actually following?" It's not. You should not do it in order to join the European Union. This is, a human rights issue. It's nothing to do with European Union or anything like that. But that's how people actually in Turkey see it. I'm more content guy, so I actually gathered some information for this purpose to show you. Now, my time is getting shorter. Let me just continue. So,
can you continue?
Yeah. All right. Turkey has already removed penalty, also from domestic legislation. So it's a little bit different when you look at it. Nobody actually look at it this way. But Turkey removed so many, changed so many domestic legislation that actually leads to, the removal, abolition of death penalty in Turkey. So those legislation is very hard to bring them back. All right. So another one I'm just going to show you, but people keep saying,
last one. We need to the conclusion. Sorry.
All right. Okay. I'll make the conclusion really quick. Okay. Just right here. My conclusion here is actually when you look at it, Turkey was establishing the secularism and westernization. So when you create that type of agenda, it's actually your idea and changing even strong patriotism or Ottomanism or pan-Turkism or pan-Islam, sort of replacing it with something like more ideal national identity. It's like in what we can see in the United States. That is why Turkey's move is from capital punishment is for sure is not going to come back. And this, even though there's some religious connection and everything going on, but overall Turkish population see this of the public opinion in Turkey, see this one is absolutely for sure to stay, no death penalty in Turkey.
Thank you very much. Turkey is a very good example in the recent years to show how it is difficult to reintroduce the death penalty when even with the willingness of a president. It was the case as well with the Philippines, with the President Duarte, who at the same period announced that he wants to reintroduce the death penalty, and after 6 and 7 years after, they didn't succeed to reintroduce the death penalty. So often when people ask, is it possible to reintroduce the death penalty? We should use the example of Turkey or the Philippines to show how much it is difficult when you have ratified all the protocol and international conventions like Turkey and the Philippines. The next speaker is is going to explain us the abolition process and the situation in South America and especially in Bolivia. Rigoberto Paredes, criminal defense attorney from Bolivia. Mr. Paredes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, I'm a criminal law attorney in Bolivia. In practice, I had the opportunity to defend very serious cases of murder, terrorism, rape, and others. I know what the social pressure is in these kind of cases. When these events happen, and I really appreciate the invitation to this conference because it's such an important topic. I'm going to start by telling you that at the beginning of 2018, a Bolivian citizen was sentenced to a hang for trying to introduce drugs into Malaysia. This news was widely published in Bolivia and was one of the few times, and I will say few times, in which the subject of death penalty was dealt with from a constitutional approach in favor of human rights in Bolivia. I say a few times because the penalty usually is always invoked in an attempt to gain political popularity. The penalty has always been used as a political flag for candidates and politicians who aspire to public office. In this very short exposition, I'm going to address a brief historical review of the death penalty in Bolivia, which includes a similar reality experienced in the Bolivarian countries of the region, such as Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Venezuela. And at the end of this presentation, I will explain my personal position in reference to the death penalty. To start, I must state that historically the death penalty has always been present. It has been used by the Aymara people, by the Quechua people, both our cultures in Bolivia, as well as the Inca Empire and in the colonial era in Bolivia. The Aymaras and Quechuas, due to the nature of their agricultural work, generally using the death penalty to punish the theft of their products and animals. The execution of the death penalty was carried out through falling off a cliff, the stake, the dismemberment, the gallows, the burial in a life, and the stone. In the Inca Empire, there was more advanced justice regarding the determination of the criminal types that were punished with the death penalty. Therefore, for example, murder, adultery, rape, incest, coitus with the fusion of the son, and were kind of princes, sodomy, theft, desertion, military indiscipline, and all those were punished with the death penalty. The death penalty was maintained in the colony era, also. Among the laws that govern, we can mention the fuero justo, the fuero real, the laws of partidas, and above all, the new royal ordinances, which established the criminal regime in the colonies of America. Currently, in Latin America, the right to life is guaranteed. 19 Latin American countries have abolished the death penalty. Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Salvador, Haiti, Honduras, México, Nicaragua, Panamá, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and Venezuela abolished the death penalty. Two countries still have death penalty, although they have not carried out executions since 2008. I'm talking about Cuba and Guatemala. Therefore, in most Latin countries, the death penalty has been abolished. I would say this abolition procedure starts in the 1800s. In partial abolition of the death penalty was explicitly established in the Constitution of 1839. Only a partial abolition, because in cases of treason against the fatherland, rebellion, parricide, and murder, it continued the death penalty to prevail. It was until the ratification of the American Convention of Human Rights and Pacto de San Jose de Costa Rica, approved and ratified in Bolivia through the law 1430 of February 11, 1993, which in accordance with Article 4, abolition of the death penalty. Subsequently, in the 1997 Amendments Act, was removed the death penalty from the list of main penalties of the criminal law code of Bolivia. So currently, the new Bolivian Constitution of 2009 explicitly established among the provisions the non-existence of the death penalty, and state that the maximum criminal sanction is 30 years in prison without the right to punish. Although it is abolition, there is an abolition of the death penalty in Bolivia, outside the city, outside in the rural regions, the possibility of being tried and killed still persists with the lynchings. It is what in colloquial terms in Bolivia we call community justice, which is the law that governs indigenous communities of Bolivia. Unfortunately, this inhuman and unconstitutional practice continues to be used for punish thieves and criminals. For example, like 1 year ago, in May of 2021, in the community of Oaxaca, in Potosí, a man was burned for stealing a car. So the lynching continues to occur under the pretext of the community justice, which
can you conclude
from
a few words?
view is a concept. I must mention that in Bolivia, as most in Latin American countries, the system of the highest penalty governs. That is, if a person commits several crimes, they can only be sentenced more than one deserves the greatest punishment. Therefore, the penalties are not clear because of the cost of the state.
Conclusion.
We have heard, we have heard several arguments that the death penalty is effective because it intimidates the rest of the population, and it's cheap because, according to them, the death penalty removes the cancer from the society and not cost to the state. However, in my position, the analysis from a pure economic approach for Latin America, especially in my country, is too simplistic since we have the following problems. I think it's for Latin America. Also, there is an enormous delay of justice in general, absence of a specific investigation and archaic methods to conduct criminal investigations. The judicial power in a lot of countries are subject of the executive power. In other words, there is no independence or powers from which an innocent could be accused for political. In this reality, applying the death penalty for me will be irresponsible. So it is not an option. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting to have this regional approach about South America and with this example of Bolivia. And maybe during the Q&A, that's very interesting to have your personal view on why so many countries from South America, I think it's 6 countries, have abolished the death penalty for ordinary crime, but not for political crime or military crime, which
I think, related to the different dictatorships in the 70s and 80s in South America. The next speaker is going to give us an overview of the recent abolition of the death penalty on Papua New Guinea and the future of the death penalty in the South Pacific. The next speaker is my friend, Dr. Andrew Novak, Assistant Professor of Criminology, Law and Society at George Mason University. Andrew, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. How are you, Andrew? It's your turn.
Well, first of all, thank you. I wish I could have been there, and I got sick, unfortunately, so I had to cancel. But this has been very interesting. I've been following the live stream. What I'd like to do is, I'm very mindful of time, so I'll go very quickly. But I'd like to build a little bit of context in the South Pacific. We just finished a big comparative law study of South Pacific countries and abolition of the death penalty. And then all of a sudden in January 2022, Papua New Guinea abolished, becoming, I think, the most recent country in the world to abolish, and that was somewhat unexpected from our perspective. So I'll talk a little bit about why abolition occurred when it did, and then build some context for Papua New Guinea as well. So the death penalty in the South Pacific's been universally abolished except in Tonga. Tonga is it's a powerful constitutional monarchy. It's got a hereditary traditional ruler, and that, I think, colors why Tonga is a bit different here. But most countries in the South Pacific abolished in the decolonization phase between about 1965 and 1980. There were a few holdouts. Samoa came later. Fiji abolished in 1979, but kept the death penalty for political crimes later than that. And then Nauru, which hadn't carried out an execution in almost 100 years, didn't abolish until 2016, but that seems to be more because it was doing a big reform of its penal code, and its penal code was very badly out of date by 2016. So it abolished it, it kind of just let it linger until then. One notable observation about the abolition of the death penalty in the South Pacific is it generally happened simultaneously with abolition in Europe. And so there's a question about how much was it influenced by the abolition of the former colonial powers, Britain, France, Australia, New Zealand. It's one notable observation we had was that actually the death penalty was abolished first in 1952 in the U.S. Pacific Trust Territory. That's now Guam, Micronesia, Marshall Islands, and Palau. So those were actually the first abolitionist countries in the South Pacific, which is somewhat ironic given the U.S. position on the death penalty generally. I did go to the National Archives and research that, and it does seem like that really was not U.S. Pacific Trust Territory. It was governed by the Department of the Interior and had some people in power who were just in the position to abolish the death penalty, and they chose to do so in 1952. So I don't think it was a general U.S. strategy or a general U.S. policy against the death penalty. I think it was just a one-off idiosyncratic thing. Dan Pascoe, who's at the City University of Hong Kong, was my colleague on this project, and we did a comparative analysis of the death penalty in the South Pacific. We were trying to correlate the dates of abolition with various possible comparative variables: political transition, political instability, economic indicators, a level of democracy or transparency. Are there cultural factors that seem correlated to why countries abolish and when? Are there foreign aid explanations as well? Perhaps maybe a foreign aid either as a hook or as a carrot or as a stick. And what we found was that that there weren't clear correlations. For instance, political instability, both Samoa has had political instability, but so has Fiji, so has some other countries. It doesn't seem like death penalty abolition was correlated to that, or with crime rates, or with anything else. We discovered, and our best explanation is that why countries abolish when they seems to be idiosyncratic, which could include just inertia from political elites. It could include, at least in the case of Fiji for abolishing for political crimes, the Universal Periodic Review process, the UN Human Rights Council. Fiji was quite embarrassed in that process, and that helped it move toward abolition. For the two longest holdouts, Tonga and Papua New Guinea, our best explanations is that Tonga has a hereditary chief monarch who is given a lot of deference by political elites in that country because it's a powerful hereditary chief with the power of life over death. And the way that parliamentarians talk about the Tongan monarch is really deferential. And I think that that helps us understand why unusually it has it's kept the death penalty. Samoa has also a paramount chief as its head of state, but that's a much more constitutionally constrained. In fact, it's just a figurehead in Samoa. So Tonga's got a much stronger monarchy, which we think helps explain why it has preserved the death penalty. For Papua New Guinea, the best explanation we think is the extraordinarily high crime rate. That it has a very big law and order crisis. It's also a mega diverse country. It has a lot of ethnic minorities and quite a weak state capacity issue, especially over the highlands region, which is much more remote. And there's also this history of payback killings and retaliation in Papua New Guinea. It has, in fact, got the highest homicide rate per capita in the Asia-Oceania region, except for Iraq. In fact, you even need to travel an armed convoy in the capital city because it's just a very dangerous place. And that leads to a certain penal populism that resonates very strongly in the country. Papua New Guinea abolished in 1974, but reinstated in 1991 with the rising crime. And it's continued to expand the death penalty since 1991, which is why abolition in 2022 seems so unexpected. The death penalty in Papua New Guinea has not been mandatory. So there are a lot of cases that are sentences. So that means that death row is not super large. It had about 14 prisoners on death row, 2 of whom escaped. And then 9 additional death sentences since 1991. On January 20th, 2022, Papua New Guinea abolished death penalty outright for the second time. It replaced the death penalty with life with and without parole. It's got different. There were about 5 or 6 places in the penal code that had the death penalty, and they were all replaced with life with and without parole. This comes after a court decision last summer where the Supreme Court granted or lifted a temporary stay from the lower court, which would have, and the Supreme Court therefore allowed executions to continue. And the National Executive Council had wanted to carry out executions and had introduced some alternative methods of execution. So it looked like Papua New Guinea was moving towards abolition. But still, it had gone so long without an execution, it didn't have the administrative architecture in place to carry them out. Now, I went through the parliamentary debates, both in 1991 when the death penalty was reinstated, and in January 2022 when the death penalty was abolished a second time. And I found that, just to speed this up a bit, that there was a lot of ambiguous roles for Christianity, both anti death penalty, but also pro-death penalty. Same with the role of imperialism. Like, do you see death penalty abolition as imposed by foreign powers, or do you see the death penalty as a holdover from colonialism? Imperialism played a really ambiguous role in the parliamentary debates. And same with the role of the USA. So sometimes the parliamentarians talk about the USA being like, well, the USA's got death penalty, so why should we? But then they also talked about USA's got all these wrongful convictions. What about us? Are we concerned about that as well? So there's also a sense, I think, in January 2022 that the death penalty didn't help the law and order crisis, didn't reduce the crime rates, and therefore it wasn't serving the purpose that it was supposed to serve. So, I'll just wrap this up, but that is my last slide. So I think that this confirms the general view of directional trend of death penalty. Reinstatement of death penalty has been really rare globally, and the fact that Papua New Guinea was not able to carry it out the second time and then just abolished, that's consistent with the Philippines and other countries that tried to reinstate. That really is really hard once the death penalty is abolished to ever get it going again. So this confirms that. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew, to explain this very good news that with the abolition of PNG, Australia is free of death penalty. And as you mentioned, PNG has already had abolished the death penalty and reintroduced it in 1991. That's why now we have to focus on PNG on the ratification of the second optional protocol of the ICCPR to ensure a full and abolition and no return on back. Last but not least of the speaker, I would like to let the floor to Nick Bell, lecturer at the Zurich University in Winterthur and president of LifeSpark Movement Against the Death Penalty in Switzerland. He will explain the tremendous work of LifeSpark Movement Against Death Penalty toward the death row prisoners worldwide, and especially here in Texas. Nick, it's your turn.
Hello, everybody. So I'm going to cut this shorter than I had intended and hand over to my colleague on the board. I'm no longer president of LifeSpark. I'm just on the board now. But I'm going to introduce her remarks by asking the question, what led to the final abolition of the death penalty in Switzerland? And I found an author and historian called Kiernan Meyer, who said there were various reasons for the abolition that happened in.
Can you, there is a phone call, maybe we can switch the microphone of one speaker.
In 1874, I think that conservatives and above all Catholic conservatives were not against the death penalty. According to the Catholic view of natural justice, guilt was the worst possible sin, and life was something that could then be forfeited. But Swiss liberals, on the other hand,
Can you turn, the speaker, people who don't speak, can you switch off your mic?
Gained the upper hand, and the same people who were fighting for get the vote.
Can we mute them on the other?
What interests me personally, and I think several members of LifeSpark, is how do you stop othering people who have committed serious crimes? Because that shift in mindset is what we, amongst other things, lead to the end of the death penalty.
How it works.
And othering, which is a term used by Philip Sands, the famous human rights lawyer, means that you think because of someone's wrongdoing, they no longer deserve to be part of us. They do not deserve to live. And it is a particular segment of LifeSpark that, as Brian Stevenson states, each of us is more than the worst thing we have ever done. So with that observation, I'd like to hand over to my colleague on the board, Selena Australia, who will say a little bit more about LifeSpark movement against the death penalty.
Rigoberto, I think your voice is on. Rigoberto, your audio is on. Can you turn it on?
Okay, we should disconnect him. Disconnect him because he may reveal some secrets we don't want.
Thank you, Nick.
So I'm Selena. I am a Swiss lawyer and I work in civil administration. I am also a board member of LifeSpark and I'm currently grandfather coordinator. This means I engage with members of LifeSpark.
And where is the charger?
It's plugged in. LifeSpark is a non-profit organization. It has been founded in 1993 and we are based in Switzerland, but we have members worldwide. As an organization, we want to take a stand against the death penalty. We arrange memberships between members and inmates in the USA. We want to offer prisoners companionship as well as means for exchange with the outside world. For us, it is important that members don't judge the penitent and commit to a long-term penitentiary if possible. By not judging our penitents, this does not mean that we have to accept what they have done. This does only mean that we provide support and we give respect to our penitents. Death row inmates are indeed human beings, and it is important for us that they are treated fairly. We are always looking for new members who are willing to have a punishment on death row. We have a long waiting list with inmates willing to share their daily routine with the pen pal. We provide addresses of prisoners on a first-come, first-served basis, which means we can't choose our pen friend. We can't say no if we don't like what he might have done. I myself have 3 pen friends now, so George and Gabriel in Texas and James in Ohio. I will talk about George because this is my longest pen friendship. I am in touch with George for 1.5 years now. George is 55 years old. He's in Texas at Polanski unit, and he's been on death row for 8 years now. And he's a very inspiring man for me because he lives in a small cell 22 hours a day during the week and the whole day on weekends. And despite the very negative living conditions, he tries to stay positive, he tries to find meaning in what he's been through, and I find it very inspiring. We write each other at least once a week. I can send him emails, but he doesn't have any tablets yet, so he writes and he sends me handwritten letters. I feel very close to George, and this is a very challenging friendship because a lot of emotions are on the line, and I know this will be very difficult if someday he will get an execution date. And but I also think that these exchanges are rewarding because we can try to bring humanity on death row, and our pen friends are very grateful for that. In conclusion, treating death row prisoners as human beings might help change people's perception of them, and this is part of what LifeSpark does. So this is our movement against the death penalty. I thank you for your attention, and I don't know if Nick would like to say anything else.
Thank you very much. Thank you to LifeSpark to remind us that death row prisoners are not only figures and numbers or statistics, but as you say, they are human beings with a story, with feelings, and that we have to have in mind always when we are talking about death penalty, abolition and execution rates, and so on. Now has come the time of Q&A. We have discussed about 3 different regions, a global trend, a common global trend, which means that in Europe, in South America, and in Oceania, we have 3 continents free from death penalty or almost free. They should or they could inspire the US or other region in the world. Is there some question to our panelists? I had some question to some of them. Maybe I can ask my question once again. Concerning the Council of Europe, I was interested about the situation and the new situation in Russia and the withdrawal of Russia from the Council of Europe. Is there a consequence? This is my first question to Sergei Dickman. And my other question to Dr. Akanchan is, does Turkey will continue to try to reintroduce the death penalty, or do they accept the impossibility of the introduction? Sergei, you know. So Sergei is not there anymore. Maybe on Turkey, we want to know that. Oh, otherwise we can stop the debate now.
I can answer my question. Okay.
Yes, please.
Yes. All right. So I'm just going to show you right now how the constitutional reform can actually happen. So it requires 360 votes. So like 3/5 of all members of the parliament. Right now, the ruling party is like mentioning that one, but that was 2017. They stopped mentioning it, and it's just like a fading out. Honestly speaking, but I mean, recent public opinion polls actually says the other way around, because I think left-wing parties coalition in the bottom part is actually getting stronger in Turkey. However, my point for like reinstating that penalty in Turkey, is it like really going to happen or not? Well, politicians always use this one, and public opinion right now is like a 70% want the death penalty, they said. But I have a statistic saying that in UK, honestly, they abolished death penalty in 1964, right, 1964, and until 2005, it was public opinion still more than 50% actually asking for death penalty to come back. So, and it took them to really pull it down a long time. So we should have to expect the same thing from Turkey. I don't think Turkey will bring that penalty again.
Just to share our experience in France, when the abolition of death penalty took place in 1981, 70%, almost 70% of the French public opinion were in favor of the death penalty.
Recording in progress.
In the recent survey poll in France, we still have 55% of the French public opinion in favor of the death penalty. So it changed, it reduced, it decreased, sometimes it changed. Concerning the Turkey, I just want to highlight one publication that my organization just published about the process of abolishing the death penalty in member states of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, to show that abolition is possible, including in the Islamic world. I have to close this session. Debates will always continue after the session in informal discussions. So do not hesitate to take some publications who are there to discuss with all the panelists or all the people present here. And I would like to thank you to the Lamar University once again for this very interesting conference.
Thank you so much, Rafael, and thank you enjoyed your presentation. Thanks for joining us yesterday. Okay, we continue the panels. We start panel 3A in this room, summer room, and we also have a round table in Lamar room. So you can check the name of the speakers and the title of the panel and their presentation if you have the schedule of the program.
Recording stopped.
Are we doing anything else in here? Yes, we are, but I don't know if it's virtual or if it's all people that are here. Give me 1 second. So that's Mr. Wright is here. Oh, yeah, there are going to be some virtual people in on this one as well.
I didn't stop it. I just paused it.
Okay, we're recording.
When you get ready to start recording again, push resume. The audio on does your break computer because the mic on? So it pretty much pitches up there. So if you don't touch this, otherwise it will play back and forth.
And so as far as people coming in, I don't know if I'm supposed to be inviting them or accepting. Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? Oh, cool.
Which one?
Suji.
You can show both hands to who's electrical company that's working on the roof. I apologize. Oops. I was like, what?
Are you an IT major?
No.
Where's your major?
I'm Justice.
Oh. What year are you?
I'm senior.
You just know
Yeah.
technology?
Yeah, I've done a lot of different, but it's simply.
Okay.
Is this supposed to be doing something?
You will. I mean, to be honest, I'm standing right here. No, I mean, because the round table's in that room over there. Sign out? No, but are you here for class? Did you already sign in? Yes. Oh, well, then you good. Yeah, you could have been here for me. a little dry, but I got it. This is for this.
Is it recording anything?
I didn't get. I can't do it on my phone because my phone doesn't have no storage to record. I could have went to the communications to go get a recorder, but I didn't want to miss the presentation, even though I barely remember it.
Gotcha. So are you a communications major?
No.
No. Are you just here for a class that was like, come here?
I'm my sociology teacher said, hey, we can use this for extra credit.
Gotcha. Honestly, because just like, the death penalty is bad, and according to a random name off of here, you should not put it out. These are people.
He's smart.
Hi, everybody. My name is Stephen Krause. I'm the director of the program for anthropology here at Lamar University.
I need to record.
And I would just like to introduce a colleague and great friend to be the moderator for this panel. And this panel is the American Death Penalty.
Recording in progress.
The American Death Penalty Attitudes from Death Row Inmates to Discrimination in the Administration of the Death Penalty. And our moderator for this panel is Dr. Stuart A. Wright. He's professor of sociology and chair of the Department of Sociology, Social Work, Criminal Justice, and Criminal Justice here at Lamar University. He is a former NIMH research fellow at Yale. He's a Rockefeller Foundation Scholar in Residence in Bellagio, Italy, and visiting fellow at the Center for Advanced Study in Oslo, Norway. He has authored over 60 publications, and his most recent book, which is titled The Demise of Religion, How Religions Die in or Dissipate. So without any further ado,
So panel 3A will ask, I'm going to ask the presenters, we've got squeezed a little bit on time because of the previous session a little long. So I'm going to ask each of the presenters to keep their presentations to 10 minutes. And I'm also going to change the order of the presentations as published in the program because one of our presenters is here in person, and she has to drive back to Mobile, Alabama tonight in some pretty bad weather, I'm expecting. So let me introduce Dr. Karina Schultz, who's an associate professor of criminal justice at South Alabama University. The title of her presentation is "What's So Chivalrous About Executing Mothers in Empirical Investigation?" Dr. Schultz.
First, I'm delighted to be here. Thank you so much. And I'm already a brain touch. I have to just press the arrow button, right? Okay, so I'll. Alright, so I feel like can y'all hear me okay? I feel like I need to give a little bit of background, which I just really don't know share. I'm going to try to record this time, of course. But I was originally a political scientist. When I got my hands on what I thought was the most perfect data set of all time, I was thinking, get back to my poli-sci roots and, have a nice regression analysis kind of presentation. That did not happen. So thankfully it didn't happen. I have been able to completely revamp my research idea, my research agenda. I'm now completely invested in testimony research, particularly when it comes to gender. So the background that I want to just share with you very quickly is, yes, political science, but for the last 15 years I've been teaching gender and criminal justice. And one of the first things that I talk about with my class is that gender, or I should say, men are so ubiquitous, they're so obvious in the system that they're almost just taken for granted, right? It's taking so long time as criminologists to recognize that women actually exist in prisons too, and that women are in committing criminal acts, and that women are doing things, not just boring and sitting at home, they're actually up to stuff. So, criminologists have realized that we started including gender in our research, really, like, say for the last 30 years at least. And from that research, I've been kind of aware of what's been happening with death penalty research when it comes to women, but mainly a lot of the research has been qualitative and a lot of it's been philosophical, more legally based. So I just took it for granted that there was a database out there, because usually, we're a data society, right? Everything's about data. So I just expected that the Death Penalty Information Center had a complete data set with all the variables that I would need. I see you shaking your head. That makes me so happy, because I really didn't want to say anything terrible about this data set. And I'm already shout out to John Ortiz-Mikla, who's the second author on the SB file. Do you all know what I'm talking about, the SB file? I'm going to spend too much time on it. But that's about the most cited death penalty data set out there. And also I want to thank David Baker, who I would say has probably the most complete text, and one of the only texts that I know of women who have been executed in the United States. And I'm going to build off of that research, and I thank him very much for taking time out of his retirement to speak with me. And I say, and thank you to all those people who have made this research possible, because I can't believe I'm going back to quantitative research because I've become a qualitative convert. That's where it's at. I mean, that's what we care about, right? So the best research out there, and when it comes to death row and death penalty, is mainly qualitative, mainly small n. With that said, patterns are important, and we take a lot of things for granted. This is what we know. I'm going to talk a little bit fast. I'm hoping you'll interrupt me if you do, but we know, of course, that there's a lot of similarities with men when it comes to women who are executed. And no, I'm not talking about women who have been sentenced to death. I'm only looking at those who have been executed. We know that disproportionately disenfranchised in a number of ways, intellectual disabilities, physical disabilities, long abuse histories. Race, of course, is a huge factor as well. African American women especially are overrepresented. But we know all these things. But I would say that that's a picture of, if you don't know, Melissa Lucio, who I hope doesn't, I don't know how else to say it, but I hope I don't have to include her in my data set. She's supposed to be executed April 27th. She became the first Latina woman, according to research I've done so far here in Texas. That's important. I've found out more and more that the reason that there's not more research, this is just one of many pie charts I could have taken off of the death penalty website, why there's not more research on women and the death penalty or women who've been executed is because of this, because there's so few of them. But it's exactly that reason, I'm coming back to the beginning, that I say that we should take a closer look. Who's being executed, when they're being executed, because what we know about women is going to help inform us what we know about men. And secondly, this need to build on the data set. I wanted to create a data set that actually encapsulated the gender context of women's lives, so that at the time, all the way from 1608 until the present day, it encapsulates their gendered, their race lives. It takes into account all these different factors, because maybe one day, I'll be able to get started on the 14-something thousand men that are in the rest of the data set. Yeah, so I'm still working on this. How many I wanted to share with you.
5 minutes left.
Oh, geez. Okay. Okay, so here's what I started with, and I'm just going to share with you some data. I know, I'm sorry for those of you who kind of get through this conference without seeing a single correlation chart or anything like that. But this is, again, important and why we should be doing research in women. I have heard a whole lot of mention of gender at all in this conference, or women. And I would be curious, of course, to do some kind of comparative research in the future, but this is just what I want to share with you, just to maybe get people thinking about why we should be doing this. So this is from the SB file. This is just one of the variables, and this is a variable. It has 905 categories for occupation. 905. For the something that I'm still again building on the data set for the women, but we're looking at about 400 women now. I'd say about 30 of those occupations are being coded to women, of which most of it is stuff like called prostitute, but I'm going to say sex worker, housewife, of course maid, which of course, captures a lot of the reality of women's lives. However, the other 900 categories are things like rodeo clown, art student, pimp, playboy, clown, just regular clown. There's different kinds of clowns, different kinds of artists in there. Just about any kind of occupation you can imagine, all there in the SQ file. Because again, women are kind of an afterthought. Beyond this, though, beyond wanting to capture more of the variation and more of the reality of women's lives, again from 1608 on, I wanted to actually do them some justice. I found that there were typos in a lot of women's names. A lot of them didn't have names in this data set. To actually name them, and I'm talking beyond just simple typos to just gross errors in spelling. I found that a lot of the women, whereas for men, there seemed to be a little bit more effort made in trying to track down names, despite the fact that a lot of, during slavery times, that basically people were being named after the person that owned them. For women, that was barely even happening. They might get the last name of the person who last owned them, or just nothing, the data set whatsoever. So I'm trying to track down some of these names. So a lot of misclassifications. And also, when I say misclassifications, I mean just, for instance, Ethel Rosenberg, right? So her husband, thank you, her husband gets the, I'm not saying that this is a great category, but he gets to be called a gangster. So I guess they didn't have a better categorization for it, but she got housewife. And again, that's fine, but I wanted to be able to add more. There's a number of other cases like that too, where legitimately that was the occupation of the woman in question. I can't remember her name, there's so many. But was labeled housewife. So I'm going through it and finding out who these women were, what their crimes were. So with that, I'm also trying to add some variables. Again, I know I'm running out of time. I know what happened. So I just wanted to share with you, and I know these numbers are awful, so maybe just not even look at it and just listen to what I'm saying here. So I kept the housewife variable. It's important, especially when interacted with race. More women who were executed, who were white, were also labeled as housewives. White women were less likely to be executed for things like revenge or self-defense. Now keep in mind, again, this is beginning stages, but that kind of contradicts some of the research out there where we're finding, there's a lot of speculation about whether or not women kill in self-defense. Probably do. Just keep in mind that I'm looking at just executions, not sentencing. Right now I'm just looking at executions. So the mostly Black women who were being executed from this period that I'm looking at, again from 1608 on, were more likely to have done so in self-defense or revenge kind of cases. Victim relationship and housewife, of course, you would expect that some of this conforms to what we think, where it's more likely to be family members. Another interesting finding, of course, with slavery and race, we would find an interaction there. When it had to do with revenge killings or self-defense kind of killings, the time between the execution and the sign just says stop.
Just rapid.
Aggressive. Anyway, those are the additional variables that I've added to this data set that is very problematic. I do hope that anybody who's listening to this in cyberspace or anybody who's in the audience will maybe consider gender in their research as well. I'm working on it right now. It's going to be a while. I'm hoping to take a second sabbatical to write the book. I'm hoping with David Baker's occasional phone call. Hopefully, you might be able to help me out. Thanks for listening to me, and and thanks for allowing me to be part of this really worthwhile event.
Okay, our other presenters are coming in virtually, so we have those up on the screen. Right. According to the program, our next presenter is Tessie Castillo. She is the co-author of Crimson Letters, Voices from Death Row. I was told evidently that she's going to share this presentation with Terry Robinson, who's actually coming to us from Death Row. Did I get that right? Bear with us for a second.
I mean, my name?
Yes. Yeah. You're being cited already. An article that came out in Women in Criminal Justice.
Gavin, I can hear you.
Did I hear my name then?
Okay,
You
so.
can say me too. Talia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Right.
I have Tessie going next.
Well, I didn't do it. I wasn't there. I was a lawyer then.
Tessie, are you there?
She's not. She's not on with us.
Good to see you guys too.
Well, they can hear me.
Now they can hear.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Tessie there? If not, we'll jump to Talia.
She's not in with us.
She's not. She hasn't. Okay. Talia, we're going to let you go first. Dr. Talia Harmon, Chair and Professor of the Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice at Niagara University. Your presentation is entitled Botched Legal Injection Executions in Texas. I can't wait to hear this. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very, very much. I am honored to be here to present this presentation virtually to everyone. I hope everyone can hear me. I am just trying to make sure that my slideshow is going to work. There we go. So I've been working on death penalty research for the past 20 some odd years, and I've focused on a lot of different areas with my based on my dissertation all the way through. What I've been working on more recently is looking at the amount of botched executions that we've been seeing with lethal injection. In particular, what I'm going to present today involves these botches in Texas. So, as most of us probably already know, Austin Surratt, a leading researcher, kind of defined what a botched execution is. When there are unanticipated problems or delays that would cause unnecessary agony for the prisoner. And based on that research, we get a lot of different percentages of botched executions depending upon the method that has been used. And some of those methods pretty much go from anywhere from about 3% to 5%. And lethal injection, although typically seen as the most humane or the appearance of being the most humane, actually has one of the higher botched execution percentages and rates, which is something that most people wouldn't expect and aren't really aware of. I know that I have limited time, so I'm going to kind of run through the project fairly quickly, but feel free to ask any questions when we do that section. So starting with days, we all know that the use of the free drug protocol
the Supreme Court. And then we have in Glossa the switch of the first drug to midazolam, which again was upheld by the court. And then finally in Buffalo versus PCIF, we have the switch to the one drug, the pentobarbital protocol, that again was upheld by the court. And so I thought it would be a very interesting project to look at, kind of compare the degree of botches using the 3-drug protocol that was upheld in days in Texas, and then compare that with the 1-drug protocol that was used, that was started in about 2012 in Texas using the 1-drug protocol of pentobarbital. We decided to eliminate the 16 executions in the middle just because of the numbers, and we didn't want to kind of make it murky or confusing at all. So the 466 executions from the 3-drug protocol were ultimately compared with the 80 or so executions that just simply used the pentobarbital protocol. And what we found, and this kind of just breaks it down, the final sample consisted of 553 executions. Again, 466 involved the 3-drug cocktail, and then 87 of those cases were the executions that used the 1-drug protocol. The way we got the data set was we identified based on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice's executed offenders list. We did significant internet searches for every single inmate who was executed, and we looked up newspaper and archive websites for each execution. I will talk about limitations at the end. And so to give you a snapshot of what we found, we looked at how long the execution took based on minutes, and then we looked at what symptoms were reported by the offender, definitely, when they were being executed. And so some of the common statements related to burning, pain complications, dizziness, hurting, felt it. And all of those had negative connotations to them and seemed to indicate or be indicative of a botch. So what you will notice is the average execution time was about 10 minutes. But when you look at the 3-drug protocol, it was about 8 minutes, and the 1-drug took 18 minutes. So it does appear, and this is going to be throughout, that the 1-drug protocol takes longer and also has a higher level of what we would call botched executions based on these complications. I'm going to show you some charts which really illustrate it nicely, that for all of them, for burning, complications with veins, dizziness, hurting, or felt it, there's a higher percentage in the media reports that these occur. So if you look at the chart for burning sensation, you'll notice the black bar chart that you have 11.5% of those executions reporting that complication, as opposed to you hardly see any, right, for the 3-drug protocol. And then the same kind of theme applies to hurting and stinging versus not. Again, 3.45% for the 1-drug protocol compared to less than 1% for the 3-drug. Same thing for felt it, over 10% with the 1-drug protocol. And then we did one variable that looked at any possible complication. You could see almost 20% in the 1-drug protocol involved some sort of complication, which would be indicative of a botch. Okay, so again, what is the main thing? What is the main finding? Overall, the rate of botches is about 7%, which is consistent with prior research. We seem to have a very significant problem with the current protocol of 1-drug pentobarbital that is being used. The length of time for the executions are almost double, and all these complications are highly prevalent and very, very disconcerting. Some of the findings could be related to compounded pharmacies, compounded drugs, the potency for expired drugs that are being used, and the secrecy regarding the drug suppliers. This is just some conjecture on my part. The limitations, this is just one state, one analysis. We did rely on media reports, and not everything can be controlled for. However, this is very disconcerting what the results seem to indicate. I hope to continue to collect more data in other jurisdictions, compare batches using various lethal injection protocols in other states. There is a high rate of batches for lethal injection, particularly this one drug protocol in Texas. This has very important implications for the humanity of this method of execution, and ultimately implications for the humanity of capital punishment itself. I think I'm done. So thank you so much for this honor of being on the panel. And I'm happy to answer any questions anyone might have in regards to this study.
Thank you, Dr. Harmon. I think we're going to wait till all the presentations have been made to field questions, but I'm pretty sure you're going to have some questions. I've got one for you while I'm saying it, okay?
Got it.
Okay, Dr. Gavin Lee, Associate Professor of Criminal Justice at West Georgia University. The title of his presentation is The Future of Capital Punishment, the Expert's Perspective. Dr. Lee, are you there?
I am indeed. Thank you. Can you hear me? Ali is nodding her head. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Right. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you all for inviting me, specifically Dr. Sinan Velasquez and Lamar University. I am honored to be with scholars like Talia, who I'm honored to call my friend. More about that work, that's fantastic. And what I want to do today is just discuss some stuff that I've been doing, or have actually collected. I have collected the data, and it's about to be written. We know that opinion. Well, I mean, Marshall actually said that opinion is so important that if Americans knew more about the death penalty, they wouldn't even be inclined to back it. Although that's been tested in the Marshall hypothesis. Bob Bone, my friend and mentor, has tested it on several occasions. I've tested it a couple of times, and the influence of information is sketchy at best, depending on the sample. But it is important asking people questions, because we know that from Gordon Waldo's work in 2019 that there is some effect. Gordon Waldo's and Dr. Myers, I thank this case personally. We know that it does have some effect on decision makers, although not as much as we would like. Professor Waldo mentioned that in that excellent work. We can, by combating ignorance, change actually policymakers' minds. That was the final piece of work from that was one of the final messages from Waldo's work. And so what I thought was, well, let's tread a well-worn path. And I wanted to build on the absolutely excellent work of Dr. Radler and about Dr. Radler and Ron Akers in 1986, and Radler and Laycock in 2008. And what they wanted to do was to ask like a Gallup poll series of questions to individuals, members of the general public. But they asked themselves, well, let's ask people if they think the death penalty is a deterrent. Let's ask people who they call experts. Well, they defined experts in 19 in the Law and Society Association. And they found that not many of those people, surprisingly, but even back in 1990, being carried out, in fact, much more vibrant, right? They found a capital punishment expert death penalty as saying that it deterred guess. They redid it in 2008 when executions had started beyond the precipitous decline that we've seen, thankfully, over the last couple of years. And they used experts again, but this time they added ASC fellows, winners of the ASC Sutherland Award, which, as you know, many of you know, is awarded to lifetime achievers of scholarly excellence in the American Society of Criminology. And presidents of ASC from 1997 onwards, thereby catching all the presidents since they've done the last study, to avoid sort of double counting and things like that. And they also, not surprisingly, found that experts, however you define them, were not supportive or believed that the death penalty had much deterrent effect. Even discussing some of the stuff like that the Emory group found, where there was a deterrent effect, although some of those studies, I believe, are methodologically suspect. So what did we do? Well, with a wonderful graduate student and my wife, who is also my colleague, Dr. Lynn Annie, we got together and we thought, right, let's ask some more questions, or some different questions, and we'll redefine what an expert is. And so, as this, there's a debate on what an expert is, and it's always arbitrary. But here's what we came up with. What's an expert? Well, participants were selected. I'm reading this. I know that one should never read, but I'm going to. It's fun. Okay. When searching for a Google Scholar for death penalty, we limited the search from 2007 to 2017, and within the first 15 pages of the results, the authors with publications had to meet the following criteria. They had to write at least 2 articles, either an academic press book, a law review, or a criminology-related journal. The research had to be conducted in the US or about US death penalty. The email of the author had to be able to be found using Google, otherwise we wouldn't be able to send them the qualified survey. The author had to be currently living, and the author could not be a judge. An author in the Handbook on Capital Punishment and not involved in this study an author in the Handbook on Capital Punishment was not involved in this study. So as you can see, we changed things from the way that Dr. Radlett and colleagues have done it in the past. And again, I'm so thankful for Professor Radlett for doing this stuff, because we stand on the shoulders of giants, right? We're always tweaking other people's work. We're not trying to tear down the institute. We're trying to say, right, thank you for that, and we will then keep going forward. I hope when I'm gone, people think my stuff is worth moving forward. All right, so we used the anonymous link, which was sent to each expert via email. I believe some of you actually in this room may have got that from us a few years ago. And we asked 8 questions with categorical responses. Strongly agree, strongly disagree, and so on and so forth, on topics covering things like deterrence, which is what Dr. Radlett and colleagues concentrated on. But we went on to innocence, constitutional issues, cost, and indeed visceral support. So put your intellect to one side a minute, death penalty expert number 1, 2, and 3, and how do you feel in your gut when you first hear about a crime? What we also added was a qualitative question. Right. Expert, please run free. What are your predictions for the future of the death penalty? And now you're going to see my technological ineptitude, and no one of my students laugh at me when I try and do this, because I'm going to try and share a screen here. All right, yes. Okay. So here are some of the questions that I've asked. Here are the questions that I asked, and it's not appearing to work. Yes, it is. Okay. So these are the 8 questions, not the qualitative section, but these are the 8 questions. Now, I suppose you won't find them surprising. So look here. If it was used more often, right, it would be. And by the way, I'm terribly sorry. The N was 113 to give you an idea of what these percentages mean, the number of responses we got. So about 10% believe that if you ramped up executions, then more homicides would be deterred. That is 88%. And if you, I suppose that's certainty. If you use the carrier's celerity or swiftness, then how many people will believe that will not increase? graduate in work a few years ago. So that was slightly more than increasing the number of executions, which is interesting. Look at the deterrent. This is not the deterrent of the death penalty. This is, as I stressed in my death penalty class, this is marginal deterrent. In other words, it doesn't deter more than life without. It goes down to 3%, 3, 4 people out of that sample. Now, this is very interesting too. You've got 10% of people who don't believe it's a deterrent, but 22% who don't believe the lethal injection as it is currently applied creates an unacceptable risk of cruel and unusual punishment. Now, Dr. Harmon, just given what you've just done, what do you think about that particular? Probably does, right? Because, well, many people think so, and in fact, there's a lot of work that discusses box execution, including the excellent stuff that Dr. Harmon's doing. Racial disparities. I was surprised at that one. I would have thought it would be more. I would have thought it would be more people, fewer people, saying that it isn't, that there is no racial disparity, or in fact, the racial disparity rises to the level of a constitutional violation. Then we've got, again, 90% of people talking about the reducing costs, which is borne out by the data. And then a vast majority of people believe that we've had an innocent executed in the post-Furman era. If you look at Hugo Vidot's work, I think we've got at least 23, because one of them was Roger Coleman, that we're pretty certain have been executed when they did a crime. And Cameron Willingham in the state of Texas, who probably was executed for a crime that didn't even happen. And here's what's interesting. So let's think about the numbers of people who you think are in the minority, whether it's number of executions, decreasing homicides, the similarity between sentencing and execution, those sorts of things. We get about 16 to now 3%. But look at this. This is the visceral question. I'm allowing people to take off their academic hats or regalia or whatever you want to call it. This one sounded interesting, and I did this deliberately to see if I would get a split. And I did. Which I thought was interesting. I was pretty sure I'd get a swing. I just didn't know on how big the swing would be. And now I'm going to stop sharing because that was it. And I'm going to go through very briefly some of the qualitative stuff. The themes.
Dr. Lee, you have about 1 minute. Could you wrap it up?
Okay, right. I didn't think I'd have enough, but I have. Right. Somebody gives you quote. The death penalty will be abolished within the next 10 years. In this society and with the current Supreme Court, I think it'll be around for some time. However, I believe that more and more states will choose to abolish. It will continue, but used less frequently. It will remain constitutional. We've got decline in use, so wither on the vine. And then somebody wrote, unlikely to disappear in the future, especially in a Trump era. Now, this was before, these questions were, and this is the last comment, these questions were before Trump engaged on what could only be described as a disgusting execution finish on his way out the door. And I don't know, we'll see what happens with President Biden. Thank you very much, and I hope that was perfect timing, wasn't it?
That's perfect. Yes.
Great.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Thank you.
So we do have a few minutes left. We have some time for Q&A. Are there any questions you'd like to pose to our panelists?
I have a question actually to Talia. Talia, I love that stuff. And by the way, I have no idea how concerning, it works in every measurable way. But so we've got all these sort of funky 3 drugs, 1 drug, 2 drugs, people on the cliff, all these sorts of methods that people are now, clamoring to achieve the death of another human being. Would it be, I'm just thinking methodologically, would it be like Old Faithful, the old three J. Chapman method, which has its own problems, and would it be methodologically okay to then say, right, and then we're going to put all the other ones together and just say, right, the whole experiment of finding new methods is a shit show, pardon my French.
Yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about doing that because, when you look at all the other protocols, I want to look at them and see. So, if I look to Florida and Oklahoma, right, those are the ones that have the larger ends. So I'm always thinking of, social scientists. Let's get the end to be robust enough to really see what's going on. It does appear that the one-drug protocol is, is more problematic, but it could just be that the three-drug protocol was just as problematic in the sense of just masking all of those symptoms, right, based on the drugs that were used. So it's hard to make any definitive conclusions. What we do know, though, is that the method is inherently problematic, right? And that kind of is what we were trying to figure out with doing the comparison, right? But I definitely would like to compare the three drug, right? The original, right, lethal injection protocol with the others, and see what's going on.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Dr. Harmon, I have a question for you. How many states still have lethal injection as their execution method?
Well, all of the states that currently have the death penalty still have lethal injection as a method. If you actually, the best resource for that is to go to the DPIC, and they list every single protocol, every drug that's being used, and they, if it's not a secret protocol, they have it listed there, right? And you can see exactly what states are doing, exactly what protocols they're using, how many people have been executed with every single protocol, with the different drugs. So that is what I actually use in order to identify the cases for this study, and what I hope to use actually for, like I said, I was identifying Oklahoma and Florida just because those have a larger number of executions, so you can do more statistically with it, but you can just check it out and just kind of run through it. Just go to CPIC. They keep a very excellent list, really, of those protocols.
Okay, thank you. Any
Sure.
questions from the audience?
So my question is for Dr. Harmon. My question is for Dr. Harmon. Imagine a world where the death penalty is not abolished in America. What methods of execution do you think would be more effective as far as like not causing pain for inmates or not actually doing the job?
Well, honestly, if you read the Supreme Court decisions and you read some of the dissents, there has been a suggestion that firing squad is the least painful, most immediate execution method. That, or I suppose the nitrogen hypoxia method, but every method is going to be controversial. Every method, if you go to CPIC and you look up these methods, they all appear to be quite brutal and inhumane, except for lethal injection, right, which just has a different appearance on the superficial appearance of humanity. So I guess if you're asking my opinion, I really don't believe that we can find a humane method, because I don't believe that the death penalty is humane in any method. And proponents of the death penalty would argue that the hypoxia method is also not justice, it's not retributive, because why should an inmate go out feeling good, right, when they're being executed? So you have to consider that viewpoint as well, right, in a debate or any sort of conversation about what methods should be used. So I can't really answer that for, it's not a black and white question, you know, it doesn't have a black and white answer, but I would say none of the above.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions, I guess we'll wrap it up. Thank you, presenters. We appreciate your input and the work that you did today. So we will, I guess, have about a 10-minute break, and then we'll have some closing remarks and some awards to hand out. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rice, for moderating the panel, and thank you all for joining us via Zoom. We enjoyed your presentation. Thank you. And we can wait for Lamarum to join us, and a coffee and a cake is available, like this one.
Chills were down my back. Taking off?
I gotta head back to the office.
Are you gonna join us for dinner?
Dinner? Here?
We're gonna go to Pump then.
I hadn't planned on it. I didn't know anything about that.
I'll call you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's super crowded. About 2 o'clock they started. But we're strict, this is live stream. What's the service? 8:45. About the first hour. Once we work that out. Well, I know what our budget was.
Bye.
You got like an Instagram or something?
Oh, wait. I got Snapchat. I'll just reframe Snapchat. I'll let you. Yes. I be having to have my little social media breaks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I be.
I just I pretend it's not there, and then I'll be like, oh shit, all these messages.
See, I can't, like, it's, I can't. It's on his last name. It's on his last. Oh. I mean, if you want my number, too. I like it. We gonna talk.
Okay.
Just yelling.
I'm sorry.
After pandemic, everything was very boring, very bad, especially for the baby. Really tough time. I couldn't. It's good. Me too. Today, I mean, you should not wear your mask or your gloves. I said, okay, because of this event, I don't wear it. Yeah, I know nobody does, but still, the danger of COVID exists. Some people get it. I don't know. For the after booster shot, I'm I had the booster shot, but I heard we can get the second one.
Keeping them awake. Anyway, he climbs in and there's a apartment in the building. Anyway, Ray goes in to see them.
And after the first booster shot I had very bad, it had very bad side effects.
Almost well. He did real well.
So I don't know why people went over there. We are not waiting for the panels, and then they start the work. We have lots of speakers, and it's just one day event. We didn't have all of them in one panel, so I divided. Probably they told me we should be on time for the retro remake because they cannot stay for an hour for the presentation. On that row in North Carolina, Trevor Robinson.
Apparently you only make so much of it. Make more than that's more. Crap. Consider crap. So they bumped up against the they sold some local HEBs there and Bucky's.
What's it called? It's for people who are pro death penalty. That's why you're in the wrong way. Yeah, and because in some death penalty conferences, they just have one view, they just attack death penalty. But I wanted to consider both sides of view, those who believe in death penalty, we could listen to their opinion. So we actually have that panel.
So they were over there. And actually, years ago, we had a basketball coach.
all Texas basketball coaches. It's women, men, high school. And I think it's all levels and all everything. It's basketball in Texas, Rangers, got the Texas guys. And Chevron was quite successful with his coaching. And he was athletic director. Yeah, I follow women's basketball. Almost got it off. They had two of their players in the national game had flu, and one of them turned their ankle. So we saw that. They all South Carolina now. That's a great team. They were they're monsters. They were bruisers. And what happened, of course, Connecticut behind 20 points in the first 5 minutes. Yeah. You didn't play catch up ball run. They just got off to a bad start. That guy must be a good coach. 11 national championships. They paid him some astronomical amount of money. I like women's basketball because it's a pure sport. Yeah. They don't go in for 1 year and go to the pro. Yeah. It's usually all 4. You get 4 years, 12 out. It's not really a pro for all. To be a more. Not the one and done. Unless you're arrested and so. Yeah. It's in a lot of ways, it's one of the best sports out there. College football is there, baseball too. Yeah, women's soccer. Of course, we got a great national team, U.S. national team. Oh, anyway. It's been good. Well, is Jennifer Fagan ever been back to campus? No, with COVID, everybody was stay at home. We're still getting a lot of she was home well before COVID. Yeah, she was. Yeah. With her Lyme disease. Yeah, Lyme disease. Before that, it was something else. She's mastered it. She's got to figure it out. That's true. I go out and eat lunch now and have lunch with the retired guys. They have some sour, what a lineup. At least those smokes. Best Valentine. He wasn't that old, was he? Oh, no. He's late 70s. Sold his house and sold his car. No possessions. And he travels. And he went to Columbia. He doesn't have any reason to fly. He goes to Columbia. He was kind of lonely, so he put up. And Columbia tender, whatever it was. He said, I just arrived in the town and, I was getting warm, so I thought I found the baby, so I put it in business. And he's like 75. And he said, next morning I get up and I had about 100 or so. And he said, so I was doing this, all morning, and I finally found this one very, very attractive young lady. So I sent her a note and said, I think I'm a barrier. So they turn out 30 years old, and have a kid, that is its own. That's for a couple of states. So anyway, found to go get married. They have some great Russian girl sites too, no doubt. Anywho, he comes back here and of course that's the place to stay. So he stayed in there. I was in Spain. I have my Google Translate, but it's. I wouldn't want to marry a 30-year-old. Generation gap and expectations. I guess. Jay Proctor, secretary of nurses. Because then he had to start, she had like at least one or two children, then he had to start over again. It's like he didn't have to go around twice. And his son, I guess he's still playing minor league baseball. Yeah, graduated from Rice. He's in still minor league. Jay, they're not going there. All you want to do is talk about Lamar, all the goals of the sure. He was one of Charlie Kirk's. Yeah. Anyway, then he wanted to talk about his kid. Anyway, never got to work out. Finally, some nurse can drag him out. Another person. Dr. Andre, what are you doing?
Let me wash my hands. I had some popcorn, was so oily. Then if I shake any hand, it will be oily. Yeah, I don't want to.
Anyway, there was a day when they thought, I'm just a regular fish for the egg she and milk and church for the penny. That's just nowadays. That's true. As you pointed out, you know, the doctors and not paying that well because there's I've never been there with the place. Because weight reduction, some of them bought into MRI. That didn't last 6 years. He was in that trailer for a while. Yeah. And I noticed it disappeared. He wasn't making enough money. I did too. I think it was gas powered MRI. How you doing? Looking healthy. That's well. Oh no, that's healthy. What? I guess so. You look pretty healthy.
Cakes and coffee there if you like. Have some cakes. Very good.
All of this was what I was going to talk about, and I was like, oh, let me see what I can cut off. And it's like, more important. I hope it makes Earlier, you guys are best friends.
Yeah, you're talking about the-
That's who we are.
They give you one charger?
This
Yeah,
is
it's-
for this one.
Oh, it's for this one?
Yeah.
No, I'm sure you brought the other charger.
Yeah, I think.
Is it this one? Yes.
Yes, yes.
مثلا تلفن تو بزن به چارج فوری.
In a way that the American system don't That's interesting. I don't know that. But I know that when I was in
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's really pretty rare that it's just U.S. penitentiary territory that we have a whole complex here. We have one of everything. We've got a USP, we've got a medium, a low, and a camp. We got the whole thing. We have really. Oh, okay, that's right, that's right. You're right.
Hi again. Welcome to our closing remarks, our last presentation for today, and also our award ceremony. We start with the presentation of Amir Fakhrover on abolition of death penalty in the Constitution. I would like to ask him to introduce himself because I have done a bad job in the past and I don't want to do it again for him. So.
Thank you for such an honor. And it's not easy, trust me, to talk in these circumstances, this type of room with a lot of scholars and friends in. Some of them probably wants to make fun of me at the end of it, like Dr. Stefan Andre, but it's okay. I'm filming you. Yeah, okay. And my name is Amir Fakhrover. It's not easy to introduce me, but I want to introduce myself and at the same time introduce you to the system of death penalty in such a dictatorship, under such a dictatorship regime like Iranian regime, Islamic regime of Iran, which they are calling it republic, which is not republic. It's definitely a despotic system. But let's start from there. 20 years ago, it's 20 years ago when I was in prison. And then I was a student activist and a writer, award-winning writer. And then regime didn't like a couple of my artworks, the novels, and then they sent me to prison. And it was not enough for the mullah's regime to punish me. Then they decided to send me. I had 8 years prison. Then they said I had the death penalty on the top of my head, was just going around, and I was waiting to see the strike inside prison, believe it or not. And then the judge decided, revolutionary courts judge, section 26, decided to send me, to torture me in the court. And then they destroyed my knee, my left knee, and then they sent me to maximum security. They knew that I was on death row, kind of, for 14 months. And they knew it's coming. They decided to send me to get ready for it. And I was there. Amnesty International released several statements. And then at the end, I spent more than 5 years in prison, more than 8 months solitary confinement, a lot of tortures, a lot of fun, a lot of broken bones. But then I could manage to escape prison and escape the country and come to the United States. Amnesty International used my case as the first known case of white torture. You can search it and find it, that one. And then my friend, Arjan Davoudi, who we both together, we founded the National Iranian Congress. At that time, it was called Iranian Freedom Movement. He's in prison for the last 14 years. He's still in prison under torture. And he got the strike of death penalty. And he's a teacher, writer, and he was the head of school. And you can see how easy regime can, and he didn't commit any crime, as I didn't commit any crime, then yeah, regime easily can use death penalty for whoever talks against this regime. And then my another friend, Ruhollah Zam, who was executed last year, 2 years ago. He was a political refugee in France. And he was another founder of our organization, National Iranian Congress. And the regime kidnapped him. IRGC, you heard of the Revolutionary Guard. This group is right now on the terror list, but it's called the Army of God in Mullah's regime in Iran. Revolutionary Guard kidnapped him, Ruhollah Zam, and sent him back to Iran. And a year later, he was executed too. And his main charge was being associated with me. It was directly written on the court's order with me and being founder of the National Iranian Congress. I couldn't believe it when I have seen it on all Iranian media. I said, really? Just he was in touch with me, they gave him execution, death penalty, and they killed him? Everybody in the country, they have been shocked. And you can see it at the Congressional Research Services report. This is the official report of United States Congress, the latest on July 29, 2021. And it's Ruhollah Zam's name is there, Arjang Dawudi's name is there, my name is there, National Iranian Congress, everything. You can see how easy this regime can just give you death penalty. And but it's not just death penalty. They can just release the order of mass execution in the street. I was talking to our friend Rafael, just left the room. I was telling him, just please consider this as death penalty too. Because when the head of the country, the ultimate power, supreme leader, Master Supreme Leader, the man of God, is giving order to all the forces, security and military, to go and kill the young kids in the street. Reuters mentioned 1,500 kids were killed in the street in more than 200 cities. The people came out without any gun. It was the protest, mass protest all over the country, and all the young kids, they said, okay, enough is enough, mullahs. Just let us pray. And then Mr. Supreme Leader just asked military, not the regular military, the IRGC, kill them. And they killed them. Look at some of the faces. They are kids. And they were assassinated in the street by snipers, shot in the head and in the heart. And when it was asked at the parliament why you did it, they said, oh, don't worry, we had some of their legs too. Yeah, that's ugly. The way the Mr. Supreme Leader, the man who has the holy light of God. But where the light is coming from? You can see where the light is coming from. It's a mirror on the top of the car, and it's a projector at the bottom, and they are just trying to have some reflection of light on his face. Then it can be okay for him to give the execution order. Why? He can do that because he is directly in touch with God. He has God's cell phone. Nobody else has it. He can say, God called me and said, to save this regime, I have to kill thousands of kids in the street. And nobody can ask him why you are doing that. Because he is the ultimate power in the country. Who gave him this power? These, can I call them almost dead zombies? These people, they can't see, they can't talk, they can't walk, they're almost dead. And they are all picked by somebody, picked by these people, Guardian Council. And the Guardian Council picking those zombies, then these zombies, they are picking Mr. Supreme Leader. It's like this. The power structure in Iran. We have Supreme Leader, who his power is the same as God. We have Assembly of Islamic Experts, those zombies, who are picked by Guardian Council. Supreme Leader picks Guardian Council. Guardian Council picks the Assembly of Islamic Experts. And the Assembly of Islamic Experts, they are picking the Supreme Leader. You can see how sick it is. And yeah, we do have executive branch, legislative branch, and judicial branch in Iran, but it doesn't mean anything at all. Because the superpower is on the top of three branches, and all three branches are minion to the superpower, to Supreme Leader. He is the only one who makes decision, and he is listening to God, who is writing the law, God, and giving it to him, and he's just passing the message like a prophet to the people. It's as crazy as I'm explaining to you. But it's supposed to be a constitution. And you know, they drafted all these crazy things in a document. They're calling it constitution. But it's not a constitution. Constitution has a meaning. Constitution is supposed to come and don't let anybody to be the ultimate power. Constitution is supposed to come and don't let we have such a thing called official religion. It's wrong to have these things. But let's go back to the topic. That was introduction plus something. When the American founding fathers, they used their experience and knowledge from the Age of Enlightenment. They used the spirit of the laws of Montesquieu for the tripod system of the government to draft the, let's call it, the first written constitution on the planet, which brought as a gift to all Americans the longest standing republic. And then, where is John Locke? Are you coming? No, he didn't come. The photo of John Locke was missing somewhere. And then it was not just Montesquieu. It was John Locke too. When the American founding father, they have been looking to. And he was talking about natural rights. The argument is natural rights in the Constitution. Right now, when I arrived in the United States, and I heard in this country, I heard all the European nations, they already abolished the death penalty. And then I said, excuse me, why it's in United States still we do have the death penalty when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was led by this lady, Eleanor Roosevelt, 1948, after the establishment of United Nations. United States was leading this amazing path to bring all the nations together under that amazing document, which in Article 3 is mentioning something, the right to life. And then based on this movement, which was started after signing the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, all European countries, they could abolish the death penalty. Step by step, it was not easy. And then US led this. Why still in the US? It's an argument to find a way, because it was already in the Constitution of United States when they were talking about the law of nature and of nature's God. Yeah, it's the same as John Locke's idea during the Glorious Revolution in 1688 in UK. And then what is all about the natural rights. It's more than anything about life, isn't it? And I want to come back here in this part, but I want to introduce you again. We lost John Locke here. I don't know what's wrong with John Locke. Yeah, somehow. And then, yeah, John Locke said life, liberty, and property. And Thomas Jefferson said life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And that guy said life, liberty, and equality, believe it or not. Yes, I drafted the new constitution, proposed draft constitution for future of Iran. I know right now Professor Zimring is laughing at me, but I love to dream big. And because we know this shaky, crazy regime of Iran can't stay alive for a long time. We are looking to the future, and we know we can fix this problem with the new constitution. In United States, you don't have that much problem to go and draft the new constitution because it's already there. Just you need some good constitutional lawyers and some cases to send it to Supreme Court, and those constitutional lawyers should go back to the origin of that word, life. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, life, liberty, property, life, liberty, equality, whatever, including life, means yes, you can do that. But I lost it somehow. Let's go back to, some people, they are saying, oh, it's not possible. I know, Stuart, that I'm just passing the, how can I make it bigger again? Where? On the top plate. Plate. Oh, I see. But don't think I can't see it right now. Yeah, I have some other problem. And sorry, just give me one more minute, Dr. Wright. And when United States decided to draft the Constitution for Iraq after war, they made a mistake, huge mistake, because do you know how many times in United States Constitution the word God exists? It doesn't exist. Do you know how many times the word Christianity exists? It doesn't exist. But believe it or not, some constitutional lawyers and professors from Harvard Law School, like this guy, Noah Feldman, they helped Iraq and Afghanistan both after war to draft the new constitution. And this guy messed it up to put Islam as official religion in their constitution. And because of that, Sharia law is there, and they cannot abolish anymore the death penalty. But it was not like this. When General Douglas MacArthur, during the World War II, after the World War II, when Japan defeated, General Douglas MacArthur asked the Japanese to draft the constitution. They drafted something, but they didn't give right to vote to women. And he said, oh, I don't like it. And he asked his staff members, gave them 1 week ultimatum, and asked them to draft the constitution for Japan. That constitution still exists in Japan. And based on that constitution, Japan could come and be part of G7, very powerful nation. Still, they do have death penalty there in Japan, because at that time, the Declaration of Human Rights was not signed. But right now, it's signed. And General Douglas MacArthur didn't follow the rules to say, oh, tradition in Japan is to don't count on women, don't give right to women. He said, no, the Constitution is a framework. It should work everywhere. All the nations around the world, all of them, they looked at United States Constitution. Even France, after US drafted the Constitution, then they followed from the France, and then all other nations, they followed United States Constitution. And right now, we can go back to that story instead of just following and saying, oh, the tradition is in the Islamic countries, Islam should be the law of the land and should be official. No, it should not be, because Christianity was not official in the United States and it worked. Right now, we should, if we want to abolish it, abolish death penalty. inside United States. Just we need to go back to the word life, first word everywhere, and say, okay, if God gave us that gift, nobody can take it. Whatever, for whatever reason, nobody can take it. And it should be abolished via the Constitution. Inside the United States, it can be via the Constitution. Outside of the United States, even in some dictatorships, cruel dictatorship like Iran, yes, we can draft a new constitution for those people who 90, believe it or not, in our survey, the latest survey, 97% of the country in Iran, they want to have a new constitution and they hate the mullah's government. Thank you so much. And sorry, Dr. Wright, you hate me right now. I know I passed the time. Well, and thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Alasti, for the great work you have done. Thank you so much. Oh, it's, yeah. Then, yeah. Past centuries. And who is going to just do the award ceremony?
We all.
Okay. And by the way, we had 7,000 people online watching this right now on Instagram. Oh.
Dr. Andre? Dr. Man is here. Yeah. Okay, now we have our award ceremony. First, we would like to appreciate the hard work of our former faculty and our current administration. So, Dr. Wright, would you like to? Dr. Wright, would you like to announce the awards for faculty and administration?
Hey, Brenda, they didn't ask me to introduce you, so I didn't write anything. So we wanted to take this opportunity to recognize a former colleague, Kevin Smith, Dr. Smith. So I jumped at the opportunity. I just think that he was a great colleague and a good friend. So I did write up a little bit of a bio for you, Kevin. So Dr. Smith began as an assistant professor of sociology in 1979, and by 1985 he was tenured and became chair of the Department of Sociology, Social Work, and Criminal Justice. He was partly responsible for hiring me in 1985, his greatest achievement. He was a valuable mentor and colleague, and especially in the critical years as I moved toward tenure. He's been a valued mentor to other faculty, to many faculty over the years, as well as to students. A number of his students have achieved higher aspirations, going on to graduate and professional programs. One of his students really jumps out at me, a young woman named Katie Reeder Wells, who went on to Yale Law School and eventually clerked for a federal judge. Under his leadership, the department flourished, and some of its most productive years were during his chairmanship. Dr. Smith held the position of chair until 1994, when he was appointed Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs. In 2006, he was appointed Interim Vice President for Student Engagement and eventually Senior Associate Provost at Lamar. Dr. Smith's service record at Lamar has been exceptional. He was a reliable source for many of our faculty when help was needed and problems arose. We take this opportunity to recognize his record of nearly 40 years of service to Lamar and for his outstanding leadership and sacrifice. Dr. Smith, would you come get your award? You want to say a word? Just a word. I know it's getting late and you're hungry. I arrived in the summer of 1981 with a beard and dark hair and a lot of both, and managed to stay at Lamar for 40 years. I was pulled in a number of directions and a number of occasions during my career, and never left Lamar. Had several chances, but there was something about the university that kept me home. And for the most part, I had the opportunity to meet and work with wonderful people, many of whom are still here today, many of others who are around the campus. But like all good things, grew to an end. And I enjoyed my time here and appreciate all that's been done. And thank you very much for recognizing me. Okay, so we're going to recognize Dr. Brenda Nichols as well. Dr. Nichols, you got here, what, in 2001? Like the Space Odyssey. An appropriate metaphor. She came as dean and served as dean up until 2015. How did you do it? That's a pretty long tenure.
I had a lot of good support and a lot of good help, and Kevin's right, there's a lot of good people around.
That's a remarkable tenure for a dean at any place. So you served us well. She went on to become interim provost and has served as provost for the last 2 years, I believe. Is that correct? I wish I had something more prestigious and prepared to say, so I got this assignment at the last minute. But please come get your award, Dr. Nichols.
I'll keep it brief. I want to thank all of you. It has been a marvelous ride, as Kevin said, and I'm getting ready to follow his path and go out into the sunset. I decided, having made that decision, we bought a new car, and I have a 2022 Corvette Stingray, hardtop convertible that makes me look good, I can tell you, or I make it look really good. But anyway, it is a great place. Kevin's exactly right. Something about this place keeps calling you back. And a lot of that is about the people and about our students. And so I have to say, it has been a hell of a ride. And thank you very much for every day of it. Thanks.
Last part is for the students. It's for internship award for our students. All of our team leaders and event managers worked hard, and I wish we could give the award to all of those, but this year award goes to 2 of the students. Dr. Roger.
So the awards to Sarah Scott and Jacoby Bronx. Are they here? Is there any money involved?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess the same thing. Thank you.
And actually, we have one last award, and Dr. Alasti doesn't know about this, in acknowledgement of your hard work, and I know what you've done over the last year to put this together. And as I mentioned earlier this morning, with very limited resources. If you saw our budget, you would be shocked.
So share it.
So you'd be kind of amazed at what she was able to do to pull this off. And so let me tell you that the box is actually empty because the award is still coming. Is it not in here? FedEx let us down, but the award is still going to come, and so we just want to recognize you. Thank you.
Thank you. So I accepted next year. It was a surprise. Thank you so much. And I'm very fortunate to work with great colleagues, and they all helped me today. And we were very delighted to have great speakers today. And I would like to thank Professor Zimring, who came all the way from San Francisco. He was my professor and also dissertation advisor, and it's our honor to have him here. And also other speakers from administration, Dr. Brandon Nicole. We are glad Dr. Smith joined us, and all the presenters who joined us, Michael Lawrence from San Francisco, and Rafael from France. I don't know, he has left the room. And also Karen, our great lecturer in criminal justice, Professor Broom, also in Department of Criminal Justice, Lucy, Dr. Lucy Tesado helped us a lot, and Professor Kane, Dr. Kane, and we enjoyed your presentation, and thanks for joining us. And also, I would like to thank all of our students, and Dr. Wright, thank you so much for supporting me. Dr. Mann, without his help, I couldn't do all of this planning, and he'll help us a lot. Dr. Lin, thank you so much for your support, and a special thanks to Dr. Andre. Thank you. So sorry, my last word. I forgot to thank Amir, my lovely husband. He helped me a lot, and he was one of the organizers. Thank you so much. Another meeting. Yeah. Well, Lucy, good seeing you, love. It was a pleasure. Thank you. You spoke all the words that I've already. Yes.
What that guy said? What that guy said?
It's but this one is.
Like, keep talking.
Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, different, yeah. When you're part of authority, then you
Yeah, that was good.
Thank you so much.
That's like, they're like, oh, she said,
Spend 6 weeks over there.
get, grab the phone card. You don't need it? Thank you, thank you. Good seeing you, love. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, you missed me.
All right, Karen. I don't know.
Say you are Mr. Student.
Thank you so much. Brother, you're welcome.
Didn't have enough time to go through everyone.
Can't let them everyone.
Round of COVID injections.
I know the film, I'm going June 1st. Yeah, it's mine.
Yeah, yeah. Well, for me, I'm just, I'm 60, so I'm just turning to chairman of the department. Congratulations.
All right. Anyway, she called. Said, this is what Green we're calling for you to get a COVID shot. And we go, wait a minute, this is Lexi, this is Kevin. She's the way, something out of volunteer, but she was pretty much retired from Texas then. She still had some kind of research.
Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
What? How's Harry doing?
He's doing good, but that was, he's ready to go for that, you know. What can I tell you? I'm a husband.
Dr. Nico conducted this meeting.
From that flight coming in, actually, there was a crew going, when that came in last night, was going back, so they were flipping. She said, it was the first one.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, yeah, we like that.
You can all take
Yeah.
just a couple of those. Yeah, take it. Yeah,
It's a big.
Yeah, and also.
So Frank, oh,
I have one. Okay. You calling me George? Dr. Kane, George. So yeah, I guess Lucy will take me. We'll meet for dinner. Great. As long as I can drink a glass of wine, I'm happy. Yeah, right. This was wonderful. You did a really good job. And you know, I have to say, at the end there, the retirements and everybody speaking.
You want the next
I can see, and I was teared up a little bit because I love, that's about my university too. And they just took me out for my retirement dinner last week. And it was just so nice to see that. That's great. Wonderful job. Wonderful job. I would come back here again.
Do you have another bag? I mean,
What? But again, next year,
another bag?
Then I'll pack more in my carry-on than I will in the bag. That round table at the end, I know you have to leave after the talk. I mean,
It's the bags over there.
You had a lot of things going on. You had a lot going on. Yeah, but no, it went very well. Very well. Very good job. I would just say to Lucy, it's so hard to keep people to 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know. But next year, maybe we should have the event for 2 days or, because the speakers I selected, they were all good and I didn't want to, I wanted to have them, all of them. So we decided to have a little bit of short presentation.
Yeah. But this last one, though, was perfect, because, after what I said what I did, we had an incredible discussion.
I'm going to watch it and then record
It was
it.
really good. It was really good. All right.
And are you joining us for dinner?
Yes, we are. Just waiting for Raphael. We are.
And do you have the card? Do you have the ride?
We have a car.
Oh, okay.
We have our own car.
Okay.
And we have the address. I'm sure Raphael received it by email, if I recall.
Yeah. But since if you're not, where do you live? Do you live in France?
I'm in between both. At the moment, I'm staying between the staff.
Oh, okay. You find a family of
The last 20 plus years of my life, yeah, I've been between France and Texas. This is my second home.
Okay.
For life, but sadly, it's true.
Dr. Wright, are you for?
Yeah, what time?
5:30?
5:30?
Yeah.
Is Raphael coming with us?
Yeah.
For the dinner?
We have our own car.
Oh,
Can you send me the address?
The address? Sure. But I don't, do I have your phone?
You don't?
I think I don't.
I send you a text, WhatsApp.
Yeah. Do you have me on WhatsApp?
Sanaz?
With the address of the restaurant?
Yeah, let's check. I'm
This
sure.
is right on my cell phone for you just in case it gets lost. Yeah.
you need your laptop or you want?
Yeah.
It's there, and the charger is there too,
I
Sanaz.
send you a WhatsApp.
Yeah.
I have your contact.
Yeah.
So,
One of the chargers that we're using up there belongs to Mr. Frank. It's a really short cord.
Yeah, this one is, these chargers both is ours.
He might have got his.
Yeah, it's very famous. Everybody know where is that.
Ah ouais, c'est cool. Ça, c'est bon. I like.
Cajun,
Perfect.
yeah, I got your message.
30
So
minutes.
if you haven't listened to find the address.
You know, I love him with his new tablet.
Okay.